Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more Stage 2022 shenanigans. Like with yesterday, I'm going to be starting off with a game that I tried to get working and I failed at, just Sonic Adventure DX. And before you ask, first off, I'm running this off a DS emulator, and no, the audio is not broken. There's just straight up no sound. I was very confused by that for a while, but uh-oh. Come on. I spent a little bit of time playing through this before starting, but not a lot. Also, I found a little cheeky exploit, you can call it out. When you're jumping, you can hit the, I think it's the X button over and over. It's the one that I at the very least have binding to the top. Homing attack does not work. I mean, I called it an exploit before, but I'm starting to think it might be necessary. Come on, I gotta be Speed Highway. We put up into these platforms here. No boost panels. Things that are missing for sure. The police car type enemies aren't around. They've just been replaced by the standard spinners. I think they... Oh, no. Okay, I can do the something with that, too. Okay. Uh-oh. Spin the camera with L and R, so thankfully you can still see. Oh, you don't get back to it. Thankfully the level design's mostly the same. The spring paths just don't work. Okay, not that I was expecting the helicopter, but yeah, okay. Spring it is. More spinners. To be fair, I think there actually is spinners here in the original. Like, wait, no, there's both. Like, there's spinners and there's the cars. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. You're like, do they have the entire Sonic Speed Highway, or is it just the first section? Like, did they even make like the Tails area? I mean, nobody would hold it against them if they didn't. Spoon Dash doesn't make you go any faster. Because it's Sonic Adventure, I've been assuming it's running on SA1 rules. What if it's... No, it's not. It's like, what if I do classic rules where you have to rev it up? I'm not seeing the platform to go out from. It's up that way. In that direction is where Tails' thing is. So that's gone. This is gone. Okay. This is all there is. Like, this is another one of those games where it's like, it's a weird to try to give any criticism over, because like, it's so clearly like a proof of concept early demo thing. Like this one didn't even have a splash screen. Okay, that's how early it is. You like go all the way back here. Wait, where even is here? Am I? Oh, I'm back in this building. I was just going backwards. Didn't notice because the springs felt like they were going the right way. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, it's a neat concept. I hope it goes somewhere. Hopefully they boost the spin dash a little, because that's pretty slow. It's very neat. Like, lack of even basically, like, the fact that I don't even have a homing attack is kind of a curse for it. I mean, come on. There's no Big the Cat. What more do you want from me on that one? Again, though, it's not bad. Like, if the developer decides to work on it more for next year, I will be very curious to see what they do. If not, then, I mean, it's an interesting project, and good luck with everything. Okay, to the next game. Okay, I'm still on the game. I just want to bring this up because I didn't mention it before, because yesterday I said I couldn't get it to work on Melon. I am still on Melon. I just downloaded the previous version, so I did go back to 0.9.2, which is really interesting to me because it means 0.9.2 works, but 0.9.3 doesn't. If there's any versions beyond 0.9.3, I'm not aware of them at this time, but I don't doubt they exist. Like, if you're having issues like I was, maybe try downgrading. Yeah, anyway, now on to the next game. One. Okay, sorry, I forgot to start recording again. The game I'm doing is Sonic Inhibit. I haven't played much, but there also isn't much to mention. I mean, actually, no, I can restart whatever. I'm close to the beginning. The 3D game with 2 levels. This is the first one. I didn't even look at the second one yet. What in, there's 2 levels. It seems like they're both test maps. Oh, there's the goal ring. Skywind path. Uh-oh, that's scary on this game. Honestly, these are working pretty well. These are working shockingly well, actually. I'll take the L on that. Like, that was my screw up. Whoa! Oh, the boost is so... We're not doing it. The spin dash. Spin dash is hard to control. I don't even know what direction I'm falling anymore. Oh, well. It's not like there was much there anyway, so I'll just go check out the second map. Which also seems to be a test. I'll use Shadow this time, too. A little more detailed this one. Turn on 7 hidden switches to unlock the goal. Some castles are hidden, too. You know what to do once you found them all. Okay, there's definitely more to this one. They even give you 50 rings at the outset. Okay, so interesting. Shadow can boost, which is weird because Sonic couldn't. I tried that button before. It didn't do anything. You're gonna tease me with Chaos Emerald. You know what I have to do. Oh. Switches. Oh, right. The switches and emeralds. What's that glowing thing way over there? Actually, there's a few. There's a blue, a red, and those might be the emeralds. Go this way. This is around where the red one was. Oh, that's the emerald. Yeah, I remember thinking this before, and now... Never mind, I guess there was just no spring, but now there is. Hey, did I get it? I think I did. Okay, so that was a red. Then blue's over here, and then I saw green as well, yeah. This is something that the developer wants to expand at any point. I sincerely hope that they, uh-oh. Having this issue show up again. So I had this issue before I started recording, but while I was still streaming, the homing attack doesn't seem to work. What I mean by that is, I can attack, but, it won't register against enemies. There's a switch up here, right? No, I think it might have been over there. This is not the switch I was thinking of, but sure. Okay, well now I'm able to attack enemies okay. I don't know what happened to the other switch, and I'm not sure if switches stay activated between deaths. Oh. That's the switch I saw before. Okay. So that, and the emeralds, because I saw the emerald as well, do not stay collected. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's just here. Okay. Why is it so hard to fight enemies? I'm just gonna rush straight for the blue emerald because clearly that's a problem for me. Why is it so hard? Why is combat so difficult? I don't think it's supposed to be. Why does it keep doing that? Then, with all my might to resist the obvious tilted joke. No! Oh yeah, I forgot the homing text busted and we'll go up in the stratosphere. There! It works fine as long as it's not attacking. Hey, that's a 2-for-1. It better be. Alright. Go get all this stuff. No one thinking about it. Red is up here. Save the rings in case I need the boost. Or if I get hit. It's one of the switches. There's another one up here that I know about now. The homing attack not working. Oh, whatever. Who cares? I got the switch. The enemy's gonna blow each other up. This combat's so hard. Oh my, where was the red emerald? Is that here? It was. Okay. Take the other springs just so I can... There we go. Okay, so that's 2 emeralds and 3 switches, right? Go this way, try to grab the green emerald, and then I'm not really sure. I don't really have much direction beyond that. It's loud. That's another 2-for-1. I'm not risking the light dash here. Too many mechanics and dash engines just seem to not work. By too many, I mean basically all of them. Is there a red line in front of me? They didn't make that invisible. Come on. Oh. Invincibility, that would have been nice in basically every other location. And loop it again! Oh, I think I saw Emerald. I did, but it's an Emerald I already have, isn't it? If only you could double jump. You get it? I got the ding. I think I did. Uh-oh, nope, nope, we're not going to Mach 7 with the spin dash again. Not chancing that. Again, I really wish there was an option to see how many emeralds or switches you have. Like, switches I kind of get, emeralds I don't. There's so many of these games rely on that, and there's never an inventory thing, or even just something in the pause menu that just shows you at all times. Right now I can go Mach 7, I don't care. Just long stretches of nothing. Oh, there's the goal. Well, I at least know I haven't gotten all 7 switches. Another switch. Okay. I think it's what, like 5 switches? Something like 5 switches, 4 emeralds. Not sure how accurate that is, but it feels right. I'm running with it. Okay. Golden rings. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. I got to fight a bunch of motor bugs. So that's something. Oh, line of rings. What's the other side? Trying really hard not to grab them. And it's really hard. There. Got it. It's just... Yeah, it just means to get up here. Although, if you could start that light dash chain, then you could also just run up, because you have to run up in order to get the rings. I keep forgetting the spin in this game can be used as an attack. That more. Years ago. Okay, I guess I found the hard invisible wall. It's kind of because there's an actual wall right there. I kind of assumed that was the wall. But she goes, yeah, now I can go over here. What gives? Oh well, no, that's too far a bit. Okay, that's a little iffy. You can see a ring up there. There is... Oh, spring. Oh, I got an extra life. That's handy, I guess. Well, I know where I am, at least. Whole bunch of islands things over there I never explored. It's something! Assuming there's no invisible wall. Of course there is. One of the most visually distinct things, yeah, you can't look at it. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Oh, wait, I didn't kill the enemies here this time, did I? Nope. Okay, I think there's only 3 of them here. If I go back to the question marks at the start, will it tell me how many I have? It's a little guidance would be nice. Also, I see a glow, but I'm not sure if it's the glow. It was yellow, so it might have just been these lamps. Switch here! A little stuff here and there around there. After all that mentioning of how I was going to start trying to use the spin. Oh, spinning doesn't actually damage enemies in this. What's the point of the spin? Okay, well, there's nothing there. So, of course there's nothing in one of the most visually interesting things in the area. Why would I ever assume otherwise? The ramp. I said a while ago I was going to go check on the question marks. Let's go do that. He's around here. And on 7's hidden switch to unlock the gold. So case tunnels are hidden too. You'll see once you find them all. Wait, can I run up this perchance? Oh wow, this is like the one thing. Never mind, this is the one thing I can't run up, but nope. No, you can run up it. You just have to run at it from the right angle, I guess. Oh no, there it is, right there. That's the slant you need. Okay, there's boxes. Lots of boxes. I really miss the Unleashed style of breaking boxes by just spinning your feet. I do stomping would usually work in Unleashed as well. Box is going to the abyss. Ow. Pain. I don't even know what side I landed on. Oh, whatever. It's... this is spring. That's how I know. The goal is still shielded off. Does mean there's at least one remaining switch somewhere. But this game is so small. I'm going to be stubborn and continue to look for it no matter what. Anything around other than trees? Anything around other than trees? Around here. I didn't actually explore down here too much. There's enough trees here they could have hidden something. Although they already put an emerald and a switch around here separately, so not holding my breath. It's just like, hey, you could have done this. Nothing's down there. And so far, it doesn't seem like anything's up here either. Hey, balloon. What are you down there to explore? I know I explored some of it. It's the switch. Hey, there's that random box I knocked over. Okay, I'll go check this area out. I'm pretty sure I've already explored every area of note, but... any signs of a switch? Or an emerald. I would also take an emerald. Progress. Give me progress. This is back where the red emerald was. I remember that. Very close to the start then. What the? Okay, you can Chaos Blast with LB. Interesting. At least I did the one time. I can't do it again. Maybe I don't have enough ring energy, but I didn't pay attention to see if it drained my gauge, and the stream is too far ahead now, so I can't even look back on that. Anything around that I haven't done? I'll give it a few more minutes. If I make no progress, I'm just gonna move on. Like, the invisible walls are so strict here. I really can't go exploring, and there's a whole range over there, and they're not gonna let me explore it. It's so mean. It's right there. Come on. You put that whole range out there, and you're just like, no. No, I'm not allowed past that point. So cruel. Okay. Fine. Away. Switch. Hello, switch. I don't know how many switches I have anymore. Like, what were the switches? What were the emeralds? Their boxes. There's that whole range over there that had absolutely nothing, which is so weird to me. This area over here, like, there's nothing here. There's just a few motor bugs, and that was it. It's so bizarre. Why would you do that? I guess it's a test map. It doesn't have to be super clean, laid out evenly. It's just weird. Oh, I never looked over there. What the? Where did I get? Enemies have rapid fire. Why? I don't know. You tell me. I did technically find something new, though. And get this emerald. I'm gonna keep track this time. That's one emerald. Hey. One emerald and one switch. One of each. Easy to keep track so far. I'm firing. Okay. Okay, now there's one of each, so I think that's supposed to be 2 and 2. Still. The blue next. That one always gave me issues. Ellie, what is the physics engine on this? There. Okay, that's 3 of each. Go get purple. The thing with the rapid fire monsters that I just found, yeah. Go get that one. That's just an emerald. So that's 4 emeralds and 3 switches. Let's make sure my memory's not playing tricks with me. There was nothing over here, right? It's just the motobugs. Yeah, I think it's just the motobugs. Got nothing special over here. Okay. Slip. I can't enough from there. There we go. That'll work. So I can go over here, then go grab green, which will put me at 5 emeralds 4, I think. Yeah, that's not totally aligned, but maybe 4. Ow. Straight on the spike. Where did the motorbug even come from? Must have chased me from the above ground section. Oh yeah, charged into me already. Well, head over here. Come on. Okay. Gonna make this even worse. Not letting me dash. Once I do it the first time. Wait, nah, that's good enough. No, we're not jumping off. I did that time, but it was really delayed. Like, I was mashing the button there. Oh, there's a spring here. I guess that's how you're supposed to get up. Certain I would have made that. Oh! There was like a switch to reset the box positions. They're so twitchy. Oh, that's not working. There it goes. Come on. I need to hit the 6 and 4 balance. There. I heard the sound effect. So I get the switch over here that I did not forget about. Not here, but it was on this ledge. There it is. No! Well... Isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's 6 and 5. Surprisingly still sealed. Where a bunch of enemies was. 6 and 6. It is where a bunch of enemies was, right? I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm not naive enough to think that for some reason these are the few enemies that had the state aid. Something else happened. Maybe they loaded under the map or something. I don't know. Wait, no, they loaded here. I have no idea what indicates like when the homing attack triggers or not. One more somewhere of each. But I've also explored most of the area that I know about. Been hoping I would at least like find another emerald so I could go super and then zoom around the rest of the stage. I guess that box bigger. Oh, there is enemies here. What? It's tied to the box, I think. I think that's all of them. I guess I'm gonna try pushing the box again. Nope. Ring in there, I saw that. Another ring, I think. I think it's all just rings. At the very least, it wasn't a switch, and it wasn't an emerald. I know that much. Sign of anything? No. There's that random line of rings that's just there. I assume it's like a light dash test. It's just a weird spot for it, I think. It's back in the red I was in before where I can find stuff. Got the red. I didn't explore this area very much, but pretty sure there's nothing here. Yeah, there's not. Nothing up here either. Already hit that switch. Fine, okay. This area is still my most suspicious spot so far. There's really nothing here. I guess there's really nothing here. The emerald in particular is super distracting because, like, remember, like, when I loaded in here, I was able to see him from all over the place. There's something with those boxes, right? I don't think there was, but I'm out of leads, so I'm gonna go check. Here, I guess. Not the way they clearly intend you to. Last area has me spooked now. I've got to shove around every single box I find. Get rid of all the boxes, sure, why not? A buy box. Does boosting break them? No, of course not. They're boost proof, they're spin proof, they're jump proof, they're stomp proof. These rates are invincible. Go flying. There you go. Oh, we never got these rings. Yeah, get the 7 switches to unlock the goal. I know. I'm still missing 1 switch somewhere. Well, there's no way it's here, but there was an emerald here. No way, no. There! Find them. At the very least, I want to find the switch. Let me end the stage. Anything up here? So there's so many areas that just had nothing but, like, maybe a few rings and a troop of enemies. Wait. I ran past the switch. That's it. Oh, that's so mean. Why would you put 2 switches back to back like that? Oh, that's so cruel. Well, it means I'm not going to be able to use Super Shadow. What am I doing? Oh, did I already have super? My rings aren't decreasing. I'm also starting to wonder if maybe the switches and emeralds are counted as the same thing? But there was a few times where they were separate, like in the case of the red and purple emeralds. There was no switch. Okay, yeah, I don't take damage, but, my rings also don't decrease. It also doesn't activate the way I figured it would. It activated by jumping and then hitting the boost button. Come on, ring. Work. There we go. I did it. It only took 13 minutes! Well, that was Sonic Inhibit. I spent way longer on that demo than I probably should have. But I was stubborn and I refused to not finish either stage. I was really stubborn. There's a chance the song is copyrighted, so I'm gonna get through. Okay, I know it's a for a song. I don't care. I'm not chancing it. Yeah. Screw around here a little bit because I didn't fully explore this map, especially on video. I mean, for one, there's music. There's emeralds here too. Oh gosh darn it. Am I really gonna go through the second stage of this? Yup. The answer's yup. If you could not attack at this speed or faster than my iframes, that would be great. There's no question marks around here, which is really concerning. Wait, this is Dash Engine, right? Okay, first off, camera died. Trying really hard to fix it. Like, okay, maybe if I use the mouse. No, I think the camera might just be dead from now on. Okay, well, I'm playing like this now. We're all just gonna have to deal with it. If I go on one of these broken... Okay, good, there. I think like maybe the splines are so broken and scripted, it might re-break it. It's back to being on a slant. This never happened in the forest stage, what gives? So I think I've heard of Shadow before, but now they're going with Japanese Sonic. Oh, it's a weird choice to me. Like, at least give us the option to choose. Uh-oh. I think Japanese Sonic is fun. Also, he's been way more consistent than the English VAs have ever been, that's for sure. Wait, oh no, that's balloons. Whoa! Okay. I see shiny! I see abyss! Look, now they know that there's emeralds in this stage too. You clip on that? Time to go to the skies again. I keep forgetting Sonic can't boost for some reason. Shadow can boost, Sonic can't. Though I guess Sonic's spin dash is better, so that's the trade-off. That's 2/3 the emeralds. What is this? Is this an Ancient Light test? Because first off, I don't know if Ancient Light's even in this game. Uh-oh. Well, back I go. Still can't boost. Can I go in here? I can. But I like nausea. Let's go out before I get too disoriented. Got emerald back. Gotta go back. I fell off. Uh-oh. I didn't go with the rhythm. That time I don't know what happened. Once again, it's harder than last time, but I'm not totally sure why. Silver here. Not to be confused with the character Silver. Totally different entities. May have broken the camera again. There's a glowing light up there. That's an emerald. Gotta find a way up there. This is great. Now, if I could just get up here on the opposite side, that would be great. Wait, emerald! That's not even the emerald I was looking for! There's a red emerald guarded off there. Wait, no! How far back does that put me? Let's go find some rings. Virtually no rings here other than that light dash path. Jump down. 2 again. Thankfully those 2 have gotten pretty easy for me at this point. Oh no we don't, I'm not messing with them again. Anything here? No, it doesn't seem like it. Okay. Like I said, not messing with them again. What is up there? There's something. It's like a rocket, or a balloon, or I don't know. See, there's rings around here, right? Yes, there is. Uh-oh. Also another one of those rapid-fire enemies that is in the forest. But this one's a lot tougher. Is there anything? No, it's literally just the enemy. Yeah, you can guard that path yourself then. This blind path is really hard to fight, so and it's also really hard to have speed on. Sometimes. Okay, don't take the blind path, take literally any other path. One of these had an emerald on it, I remember that. Okay, so there's 2 that it can't be. This way next. This looks familiar, this might be the one. That's even like the correct gravity, so I have no reason to be going fast. Like once I get there, I can just slow down and grab it. And then that'll put me at 3, I think? 3 or 4? So it's whatever's on the top there. I don't think I'm looking at this. Pretty sure I saw something else. That's a spring up there that I saw. What? Oh, that's a green rail. Sun screws going on up there. Maybe following this path. No! I keep forgetting that spring leads to death. Which means I gotta grab all those again. Okay. Why am I even taking that? That's just... I like all the confetti that comes out of those. Looks nice. Here's blue. There's more checkpoints in this level. As far as I can tell, there's the one I already grabbed, and then there's the one over by the spline test and all that. Not messing around here. The only thing which I just gotta assume at this point is the yellow. I think it's this path. No, no, it's not. That's the death path. We don't take the death path. No! You're not tricking me again. So much stuff off in the distance, I just cannot wrap my head around what it is. So I swear I keep seeing white emerald. No, one way to find out. Stick the path again. If I still see it, there's something else up here. Well, I didn't see it, but I also didn't finish the path. I also could have just been seeing the sun. A whole bunch of things could have been. Uh-oh. Not active checkpoint. Life, nice. There's that, and also it doesn't save between checkpoints. Good to know. Well, that's forward, at any rate. There's a rail here, but it's very basic. It's just a little circle. A light dash path that leads nowhere, basically. This water. You barely even see the water because there's no textures. It's a lot more visible in the forest map. Oh, just a light dash there. Yeah, there it is. Oh. Okay, then there's a return path, sure. Uh-oh. Totally doesn't entirely. Oh, wait, no. As I say, I just remembered the camera breaks on that. Okay, take the spline path. Or no, not the spline, the booster fixes it too. Okay. You're still sealed off. I think I've gone 4 so far, right? So that's certainly gonna end up being my last one. Or final 2 at least. No! Ugh. Well, I've got a good path for the first 3 or 4 at least. Two. Anything around here? I didn't really look around before. I was too scared of enemies. I'm certain if it was Shadow, I could get up there. It's because I can boost with him. For some reason, Sonic can't boost. There's something down there. Yeah, there's a whole thing down here. Really hazy down here, but all the same, there's some level here. Not a level. I see 2 emeralds over there. Wait, 2... No, 3, because there's the red over there too. Which means I was right, there is 2 emeralds. It wasn't the sun. It's the white from the... Yeah, there's yellow. I think you have to follow wherever that grind rail's from to get the white one. The yellow one I can get the same way as always. There's white. Here's yellow, I think. I've got to figure out how to get up there. I guess I could jump off from this loop. Well, easier said than done. No, no, no. It pushes me off when I try to fall. Like, instead of letting me fall or spill over like I should be, it's just like, nah, you don't even get to try. Like, it even did it there. Like, they're really scared of me falling off, which means that's definitely what they don't want you doing. Which is exactly why this is the path I'm taking. That worked. Tricked it, I think. Oh, you have to hold forward on the... Okay, that's a little awkward. You can't quick step. So that's a little awkward too. Isn't it beautiful? I can't get out of this. Not actually losing any progress on anything, so... This again. 1! No! Try this again! Okay, 1 again! Ooh. 2 I basically always get though. 3 shouldn't be too hard, assuming I don't fall off the edge somewhere. 4 onwards, who knows? Okay, no, going to boost wheels there. You just want to run along this. Wait, what? Oh, no, it's fine, I didn't fall off. Okay, that's 3. Go straight. I can still fall off like that as long as I hit the dead center. If I hit any other part of it, it doesn't work. Okay, so that spring in its entirety is just bugged. Okay. Spring plus rail equals bad. Noted. Good news is, by the time I'm that high up, I'm pretty sure I can just jump off the edge and grab the emerald that way. So, not actually much lost. Try to run as much as I know about those two. Of course, there's yellow and white over here, and I think there's green. Which all those together would be 5. Okay, no, it's this way. The other way is the Death Springs. Well, again. Okay. It's 3. I'm pretty sure I don't think for a fact I've been on this game longer than the other game so far, but I'm getting dangerously close. And this is just a demo on an engine I generally have had not the best opinions of. I'm not sure how I should feel about that one. Okay. But gosh darn it, I'm stubborn. And because there's such an easy concrete goal, I feel like I have to see it through. Okay, yeah, we can just walk on this now, I think. Yeah. That's not what it seemed. That's 4. Can't get red, so ignoring that, but there's the green up here. So now that's 4. Going that way again. You can't make me. I think that's 4 emeralds with... I know where the 5th one is. How much you want to bet it's up there with that enemy? Nope, there's nothing there. Oh, it was tied to them. Okay, so that's 5. Unfortunately, I'm at the point now where I don't know where the last 2 could be. Because this path here just winds around, right? Playing on these is so hard. Stop trying to run. Like, this is mostly top, so just stay on top and I'll be fine. Nothing up here. Doesn't seem like there's one there either. Nah, okay. Oh yeah, that's where the rings were. It's something different then. Buggy engine. This rings because I'm gonna want some backup rings if I get hit. Those rings I don't mind taking. Spline path, sure, I'll take the spline path for fun. Or something. On path. Super emerald somewhere. No, go back. That was the edge. Anything on the inside of these domes? That's a yes. I was standing right next to it and somehow didn't see it. Well, that's 6. What would the odds be of there being 2? Highly low, I know, but... This map is so weird, like, it feels like there should be something here. Or not this one, the other one. The one that's wherever it is. I could have sworn it was right here. But I guess maybe it's way off. Oh no, it's over there. It's the one with the loop. This actually isn't that hard of a path to follow, but I still think the route I was doing before was better. I can think of a few options for where it could be. First off, exhaust everything around here. Wait, is that it? There's something there. Some reddish thing. That could just be engine jank, though. It could be like there's a switch up there and it's just bleeding through. But you know, you're not supposed to be able to see that stuff. Well, that does line up with the position. Thought it was on something. Okay. If that's not it, it's gotta be something else, so... Great speed up item that I'm gonna waste because I don't really want to run. Oh fine. I'll run a little bit just to see how much faster. Way faster by any means. Oh, I can go super! I guess I can't count again. He's still going. I can't tell how much of his speed is because of the super, and how much is because of the item. That this line still breaks. Oh, I can boost the super as well, that's good. Still kind of weird the normal Sonic can't boost, but also air boosting isn't a thing. Finally landed. Okay. How much faster do I go? Still pretty fast, but I'd say it's closer in line to what base Sonic was moving. Beautiful. Once again, cannot see Sonic at all. Alright, well. For real though, that's Sonic Inhibit. Yeah. I'm done. Final thoughts, I mean, clearly it's enjoyable enough if I was willing to stick with it for long enough. I think a lot of the issues this game had would just boil down to the engine. Like, Dash Engine just has so many bugs in it. And Inhibit's no exception. Like, I've been seeing the same thing with, like, Green Helligan and Black Knight HP. Green Helligan didn't even boot. So, I'm saying how that one's not working great. So yeah, let's move on to games. Okay, folks, we're back. Sonic Kick is the next game. So far, this is all I'm seeing out of this. Color works good, even though start doesn't work. There doesn't seem to be any sound, like, at all. Hold on, I didn't mute it, did I? No, like, it's low, but it's not 0. So get that off the screen. Just say new game and go. Oh yeah, there it goes. Okay, so... I think I got it. A little bit. By that I mean I don't get it. Okay, so X and Y do the same thing, more or less. still a kick move. Just brings you forward. A is jump. B is a ground pound. Doesn't seem to do anything when you're standing still. Yeah, I've already... Oh, I didn't figure out that it was also a wall jump. Handy, though. Oh, B is a slide. Okay. Yeah, I already figured out the ground pound. Time it? Time what? What am I timing? I don't get it. What? Yes. Yeah, the one on the right's obviously, it's a spin dash tutorial. The one on the left, yeah, your guess is as good as mine as to whatever it's trying to show me. Just trying to show me how to kick and then saying, okay, you need to do a spin dash in order to get over this. What? I made it! There! Keep it going. Tutorial Zone 2! That's how the kick works in this game, because there's no way you're going to know to use it on your first time through. The homing attack doesn't seem to work in the normal sense. After this... Oh, something really gets going after a bit. What's down here? Nothing! That was death. Okay. I'm still not sure what this thing does. Yeah, I got the ring coin thing, whatever that is. I don't know. It has a name, I just didn't bother remembering it. Oh, was I not supposed to ground pound there? I couldn't tell! Do anything in this game? I can't tell. This tutorial isn't tutorializing very well. There's another one of those ring coin things. Oh my god, without getting hit! Thing. I'm not sure if that was intended. In fact, I'm not even sure if I could do that again, but I did it. You nerfed the spin dash hard in this. Like, honestly, doesn't even deserve to be called a dash anymore. Go from here. Can't do what I'm trying to do with that. That's just so crap. Why? I had it and I lost it. Not fast enough. I at least need to do it from the other side of the loop. There, no, of course not. This is one of those things that they made impossible on purpose. Kind of starting to feel like one of those. Like they didn't finish the zone or anything else. They're like, yeah, we'll just make it stupidly hard. No one will be able to finish it anyway. It'll be fine. Still not sure how the kick works. That part wasn't tutorialized very well. Hey, I made it! Thanks, Kick Power! I guess when all else fails. Oh, that was it. Thank you for playing Sonic Kick. Hope you enjoyed. Want more? Try for X rank. Video on X rank on the Sage 22 page. Nah, I'm good, thanks. So yeah, it's just Sonic Advance style gameplay, but I guess you have the slide from like the Rush, I guess. Or not even Rush, that's more like Colors DS. Or even like Generations 3DS. And then some kick that comes from nothing, that's just something they made up. Like it's fine other than that, like the tutorial isn't very great, and there's obviously no main level to gauge, so can't really judge that. Yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, next game, folks. Sonic the Hedgehog LaserDisk. Does not take a genius to figure out what this is based on, especially with the background music playing. Also, I did check the README. It's literally just an update history. Okay, new game. What the Sonic Head thing is? It's just like 3 elements and time stones, I think. Like, I know the full game, like they said on the site, is supposed to be 7 zones as per average. They also said there's only 5 levels in the demo. Yeah, I'm just gonna click on it because I can't find what the button is to select it on my controller. Column compare. Okay, this is a weird thing to complain about because usually I'm complaining about the opposite. But, it's really zoomed out. So what are the controls? Okay, so WASD doesn't control. I only found it out because D is jump for some reason. Arrow keys move. No peel out. A little weird for a CD inspired game. Try to get 50 rings before the end of the zone. Don't know what to do. Also no drop dash. Obviously you do have the instant shield though. So zoomed out. Like, I can't get over that. Like, it's a weird complaint when I usually complain about the opposite. I realize that, but... So what is that giant 3? I need answers. Oh! Too good! I gotta get that thing, whatever it is. Fine, I'll do it from up here. I got it up here the first time! How did I do it the first time? Apparently it's rocket science to figure out, so... Forget it. It's not worth it. Whatever it is. Future signpost, it doesn't work. Well, they said I need 50 rings to finish the stage, so... Or try to finish level 50 rings is technically what they said. A little different, but not really. We zoomed out again. Oh, lightning shield. Electric power not yet acquired. What you need to find to use electric power to use this item. What bullocks is that? It's a shield. It's a power-up you find in this stage. You don't unlock it. Ring! Wait, no, go back! There's rings in there. I can't go past that point. The shield protects you from 1 damage. Unless you have to unlock that too. Press down and jump back to the spin dash, I noticed. Thanks. It's actually required to get to this point, but okay. The bridge will be repaired in the future. That's what they said. Hit 50 rings. It isn't this where, yeah, this is where that is. Yeah, I got the item. Lucky me, now unlucky me, I have to go all the way through the stage again. I can go relatively fast this time, though. I mean, I said I could go relatively fast, it didn't mean I would. That would require me to go to video games, that's never gonna happen. Still missed that. Fine, whatever. Just gonna get over B being the jump button. Like, why D? Like, if you're gonna do something awkward, like at least make it like spacebar. Like, go J for jump. Or go with all your contemporaries, pick K. Since K seems to be the common button to use for jump button. Okay, I didn't pick it, that just seems to be what everyone's doing. Once again. This is the first stage. Why is this so hard? Definitely needs a difficulty tune-up. Honestly, I can say that about a lot of these fan games, but I also acknowledge that a lot of people that do make fan games intentionally make them difficult, so I can acknowledge that might be part of the charm for some people. That being said, I'll still call out games like another Sonic 2 remake game where they actively said they're trying to recreate the difficulty of the original, which, oh, boy, did you fail on that one. Reach the end of level 50 rings to open a time warp. Sonic open a time warp to the future. It's supposed to say opens. Oops. Also, thanks for the time warp to the future. Defeat Robotnik to unlock the full time travel. Paradise again. Winner. Robotnik. Okay, so this is the same level again. Oh, and they said the bridge would be fixed in the future. They were literal. It will literally be fixed in the future. I thought that was just the developers being like, oh yeah, like in a future update. Another one of these Sonic... What are Sonic hits in the future? Uh-oh. Iframes, what are those? Okay, everything up to this point I can believe was maybe an accident, but this part here is genuinely difficult. like really hard. And I'm not entirely sure how much of that is me and how much that is the game actually being hard on purpose. Definitely one of those like 2 pixels that don't have a spike on them. A shield there. And a checkpoint. Oh, it's so beautiful. But I never see one again. Again. I mean, there's a whole thing over here now, and might as well check it out, right? And it's still sealed off. Pretty close to the end of the level, and I don't think I'm getting... I don't even know if there's 50 rings in this level. Uh-oh. They just put less rings around in general. Oh, okay, I gotta do this again. Yeah, gotta first try somehow. Really? Gonna make me suffer through that. This game desperately needs controller support, by the way, just bringing that up. Especially if you're gonna make me use freaking arrow keys and D. I can't get over that. It's so weird. Uh-oh. I think I get it. As soon as I actually have enough coordination to actually land on it. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's what they want you to do. Getting off as soon as I see that thing starting to poke its head out. Uh-oh. I get paranoid whenever it shows up. There it goes. And there's 1 ring to spare. And 9,000 points. That was not planned, but I'm so happy it happened. Sonic unlocked full-time travel! Once again, that's just what it says. Time travel unlocked. Go to the past and destroy robotics machines to make this a good future in the zone. What the? Oh, world map. So it shows all the stages. So I don't have Save Home Paradise. I could go to Forbidden Forest. There's also Mega Mountain, Tokyo Temple, and all these other stages. They said there's 3 levels available in this demo, so it's probably Palm Tree, Forbidden, and then like either Collision or Mega. I kind of hope it's a Mega Mountain, just for visual variety. Either that or just throw me further ahead, like in one of these stages up here, like Time Temple, Final Fury, Cosmic Capital, one of those. This shows you where you get the power-ups unlocked, which is still a dumb gimmick, by the way. No. Just have those available from the start. If you want things to be unlockable, that's fine. There's other ways to go about it. I jump on it again. It's too easy to jump on. Activate past or future sign and run long enough to travel to time. Well, I finally unlocked that gimmick, but I don't really want it. this runs the same as CD logic, then there should be like the capsule you can destroy, and I know I am unlocked it because this game's mean. Yeah, this is very similar to just the present version. Just with less tutorials. Kinda hope they rethink some of this. For it to be repaired in the future, yeah. They weren't wrong, it was repaired in the future. I have those 4 rings. You can't stop me. I'm gonna sit here and get those 4 rings. I like how that extends me at like Mach 70. No reason given, it just does. Nope, I do not want to. The point of unlocking the past is to go to the past to save the future, not go to the future that's already ruined. This is a controller support issue aside, there's some weird stuff in this game. Like, first off, you need a proofreader for this game. Like, please. There's been more than a few things, and it's just like, please, look at what you've actually written. I get what you thought you were saying, but no. Grammar matters. You've all heard the infamous Let's Brain Moth thing, and a couple of these hints have come dangerously close to that territory. There's no checkpoint in this variant. What now? Oh, I just go to Forbidden Forest like that. Okay. Am I still in the past? There's no indicator. In Sonic CD, it would cover up your lives icon. They don't do that here. So I have no way of knowing in the past, present, or future. Oh, of course. Silly me. Why would I assume I could use the Aqua Power up either? Not like it's been available in every game from the get-go since its introduction. This is somebody's idea of a puzzle. They say no. The puzzle. Good one anyway. Nope, I'll go back up there. There's clearly not enough time. I know I haven't unlocked it yet. And it's so disappointed in me. That spike's clearly just destined to meet my face. Too many fucking enemies around. They stun me too long. Getting this one more shot. I'm already getting frustrated, and this is supposed to be one of the easy levels. They should really let you jump out there. Instead of making this awkward puzzle. Yeah, no, I'm done. LaserDisk. Bad translation. Really awkward camera. No controller support for seemingly no reason whatsoever. You know, this is a game that's dying for it, more or less. And it inadvertently makes me realize why they made some of the more controversial decisions they did in Sonic CD. Like, having you only go through a stage once instead of, I don't know, making you go through every single time variant of a stage. Yeah, it'd get really repetitive. I'm still not over that stupid spike from the future variant either. Like, that's mean. Get rid of that. You can have the spike pit at the bottom. Don't put it on the main platforming path. You have to exploit a glitch to get around that. That's not good. It's bad game design any way you look at that. Okay, we won. Okay, we're back. So, next thing is you can kind of already put together. This is a emulator that was created that is made to emulate a bunch of the old the McDonald's games that were around from the years 2003 to 2005. The creator does say on their page they were not able to emulate everything. There was a few games that just weren't available to the person that made. Like, the person that made it is located in Europe. They didn't have a team, so it's just the one person. So if they couldn't get it cheaply themselves, then out of luck. There's still a bunch. Like, I think they said there's 19 games total, and they were able to get their hands on 15 of them. So, how does this work exactly? Instructions. Sonic action game. Press on/off switch on backside of game. Push button to start. Jump on top of the platform. Jump on top of 20 platforms to advance a level. If you crash into 5 platforms on a level, the game is over. You advance a level, the speed of the game increases. After you complete all of the levels, you win the game. All the platform strings levels characters will flash and the winning sound will play. Play again, press start button. Doesn't see how many levels there is though. Let's hit play. Oh crap, no. No wait. I don't actually care that much at the back, I want the front. Yeah, okay, there. Play again. Yeah! I got this. I got this! I'm hitting the right button, right? Like, I'm clicking on the big red button. I assume that's what you do. Oh wait, controls. Oh. It's a spacebar. Whoops. Try it again. Okay, that's on me. I love Tiger Electronics. How'd you know? It's amazing. Peak gaming. Is it? I might actually have to keep this on hand so to cover this for Lob someday. This is the closest thing we've ever gotten to like a proper emulator for these McDonald's games. Kind of gives me hope too that some of these other ones like were lost time. Like I remember around the same time there's like a Crash and Spyro one that was made. Kind of gives hope that there might be one for those. I still have some of the Crash ones. It's like a wakeboarding one. I think some people said there was a like one of those sheep gunner ones. I never had that one, but I've heard other people describe it, so I don't doubt it existed. Okay, well that's enough of that one. Let's go check out Tail Sky Patrol. So this is cursed, so I'm just gonna hit close up. What's the instructions for this one? I'm just gonna skip the first two instructions from now on. Move up and down to collect 30 rings to advance a level. If you fail to collect 10 rings on a level, the game is over. And the rest is all the same too. Controls, up and down arrows. Yeah. Oh, you can't miss rings. Yeah, that's still not that hard. Yeah, I was worried that was gonna be really bad, but nah. Like, nah, this is still pretty easy. At least so far. Like, they did say the game speeds up. Oh crap. Yeah, now it's hard. No, that's enough. No one can ever be expected to respond to this fast enough. Yeah, okay. That's enough of that one. Moving on the list, Knuckle Sucker. Instructions. Oh, interesting. There's actually 2 backs on this one. Was there 2 before? No, it just says back. There's 2 backs in the Knuckles one. There's back and there's back US. Well, well, that definitely doesn't match, so I'm guessing there's a different front. Or not? What's different? I honestly can't tell. Like, the shade looks a little different, but honestly might just boil down to the picture. Or the lighting that they had. Like, it could be totally different. I don't know. The same thing, too. Like, the front's different. Okay, the front, I see it. Kind of, but I also kind of think that might just be the lighting. The soccer ball looks different, for sure. I don't think that's part of the buttons. Like, that the buttons isn't part of the lighting. That's different, for sure. If they're black on this version, they're that yellowy, I think, ish button. So yeah. Okay, instructions. Move left and right to block 10 soccer balls, move level 5, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's the same for all these. Left and right arrow. Makes sense. Let's go. You better believe I'm going through all these in earnest. Like, for lob, like... It's not on me that this game in particular might technically be a precursor to the Mario Sonic the Olympics. It's a really weird realization. Oh, trophy. Easy up till then, but the Tails one was easy until I got 2 rings, then 2 trophies, and 3 was like nearly impossible. Just too fast. It's going fast. So it's double turning. Sometimes. They just do whatever they feel like. Oh, there's 3 trophies. Honestly, this one's still not too hard. I feel like I have to actively try to lose one of these. Yep. Okay, that's the first one of these I full-on won. Okay, next one, Shadow Grinder. Well, you can kind of guess what this one's about. Also, it's another one that has 2 variants. The buttons are different. Not sure why the US one has the yellow button. That's kind of weird. The back is mostly the same, again. Controls, it's just spacebar to jump. Jump to avoid gaps in rail, jump 15 gaps to advance a level. Yeah, I get it. Let's go. I'm ready to jump. This is basically just the action game again. It's just set dressing a little differently. Limiting gameplay. I mean, the emulator's solid. Like, I haven't mentioned this yet. Like, I've been tier listing these like all on my own time. And I was gonna mention it all at the end. Like, this is one I don't know how I'm gonna rank it because like the emulator is solid, as far as I can tell. Like these seem like they're proper recreations. Like I'm gonna look into this later, but I have no reason to believe it's not. It's just the games they're based on so trivial. I can't even see the statues anymore. The trophies. Can't see the trophies anymore. Up again. Okay, I got it. I'll split up again. That's the falling quote unquote animation. That's really funny. Okay, I get it. I'm moving on to the next one. I don't want to spend too long on these. Girls in this one is just left and right arrow. This is old. No, this was displayed here. Like you might have seen an old version of it, but like it might be like the FTX thing where it's a remake. Left and right. Ah. These like once again, there's for once actually it's different. Like it's actually different. Like the fronts have been different between US and non, but yeah, this is way different too. Like it's black on the other one, blue on. I mean, it's Sonic, so obviously I'm gonna say the blue one's better, but I don't actually kind of prefer the gray one because the road. Could we have gone halves? Would halves have been an option? Like have the blue Sonic and then the gray road, and then I don't know, do whatever you want with the middle. All right, let's go. Yes, I am going through all these, and you can't stop me. I just wasted an hour on a tech demo. This is nothing to me. Yeah, gaming! Beautiful. Okay, y'all get the point of this one. Moving on. Aye. There's no variant for US on this one. Instructions. No manual! Okay, no variant of that either. Controls, left to right arrow. Okay, I have that at least. Oh, but I have to, like... I'm ready. I know this part technically isn't Sonic related, but, you know, it's still Sega. I'll allow it. Banana. Yes, banana. Live for banana. Uh-oh. Going too fast. I know, I'm really taking that 60 FPS to its fullest here. There it is! Okay. Finished another one of these. Sonic Extreme Boarding's the next one. Okay, that is a blatant Sonic Heroes render. They superimposed the president's cab scene from Sonic Adventure 2. People go over it. That's kind of funny, actually. Well, this one's not even in English, but I kind of get the idea. Yeah, left and right. All right. Oh, God. They even made half pipes out of these. Nothing was sacred. Well, this is fascinating. Yeah, good enough. Moving on to tail soccer. Once again, it's just the Sonic Heroes render superimposed on another image. I mean, at least this one's in English, but it's so blurry I can't read it. Left and right arrow, sure. Let's go. Wait, this is just the Knuckles soccer game from earlier. It's literally the same thing. They just reskinned it. Yeah, moving on. It's the same thing. Fancy. Instructions. This one's even smaller than the last one. Up and down arrow. Sure. Okay. I'm ready to catch some baseball. No, 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 no. You can't trick me. I'm sure you wish you could. So when I end up in an upload drought, I'm gonna be for like a month with these stupid things, and you all know it's what I'm gonna do. I still have like the Super Sammy roll, and it seems like I'm just holding hostage because Sage. At least when I finish Sammy roll, because that game was like getting close to finishing. Anyway, who knows? RPG probably won't finish it, but I groups about all these Knuckles ones, but it's just how it works. Oh, it's the first one of these I missed. Oh, well, okay, it's that one. Cream flower catch! I'm not even going to bring it up anymore, it's not even worth it. Front closed, interesting. Okay. Back open, back closed. Once again, that's way too blurry to read. Left and right arrow, sure. Fascinating. Gameplay that can only truly be rivaled by the greatest of greats, like Mr. Game & Watch. Or the minigames of Kingdom Hearts 3, I guess. They're falling surprisingly fast. Like, I don't know how I'm going to keep up with 3. It's hard. Wow, yeah, that wasn't happening. Okay, well, I found the best game. Big's fishing! I mean, honestly, I could just fake this the whole video, though. Here we go. It's beautiful. We've been robbed! Why is there even Babylon Rogues here? None of these went up to 2006! Right, up and down arrow and spacebar. I'm ready for peak gameplay. Yeah. Okay, unironically, probably the most involved gameplay so far. It's beautiful. Great on this one. You can't make me skip it. I got a heart thing. The trophies are shaped like fish this time. Yes. Did it. The 2-speed, because this one's still a bit slow. This is like the exact opposite of the cream flower catch, where even at 1 it was going really fast. Oh, there it is. Honestly, I feel no difference in speed. It's a little bit, like, it's barely there. Get up there. Great. All I need is Floggy. Just looking at some of the other titles down there, like, first off, they repeated a Cream's flower catch again, which that's terrifying. I'm assuming there's a different version for the 2005 release. You can't trick me, fish. Not good until I win. Better hope this game is But there he goes. Beautiful. Alright, Sonic Skateboard is next. And this is just a half-pipe game again. Wait a minute. Is this just the extreme boarding game again? It's slightly different. Slightly. It's on a different machine, therefore it's different. And of course, no instructions again. Left and right arrow. Okay, no, it's the same game. I only have 3 zones to work with this time instead of 5. I guess that part's different. It's just half pipes. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we all get the point of this one, and it doesn't have Big's name tied to it, so on to Sky Adventure. Flow, shard, instructions. Hey, it's fully blown up. I guess I can't read a word of it. I'll figure it out. Left, right, and space. Alright. It's a little more involved. It's kind of like the big one, where it's a little more demanding. A little. Oh, this is going to become a nightmare when they actually speed up. I'm kind of sick of this one just to see how it gets when it's faster. Okay, you. Give me times 2. I'm ready. Come on. Times 2. There we go. Yeah, I'm barely feeling everything the times 1. Feels the same. But it's still pretty easy to follow. Times 3. The diagonals are kind of hard now. Okay, yeah, now I'm moving on to the treasure hunt. They even kind of have it look like he's holding the emerald. Nice. Back. Sure. Instructions they don't have. Left and right arrow. Sure. There we go. There we go. Ah, I'm in the abyss. Okay, I get the idea of this one. I kind of want to just move on from these McDonald's games, so just gonna start rushing these last few. So, Amy and Rouge's tennis. Okay, interesting character pairing you have there. Hey, it's instructions I can actually read. Give the player left and right position the balls. Press the right button to return the ball. If your opponent fails to return the ball, the advantage bar will move towards Amy. If you fail to return the bar will move towards Rouge. Advance level, the advantage bar must be fully to the left. As you advance, the game speed increases. Yeah, okay. Left, right, and space bar, sure. Okay. Got it. Playing tennis. Yeah! Made the comment before about it feeling like a precursor to Mario Sonic's Olympics, and this is definitely helping that case. Ken? Again? I did it! Okay, it's enough of that. Onto the other cream. Well, I mean, it looks a little different, I guess. Still, more or less, seems like the same game, though. No instructions for this one. Left or right arrow, yeah, sure. I'm sure it plays the same, too. It even has the same sprite. You can even call it a sprite. Yes, it does make that ding noise every single time. Yeah, we're moving on. I'm gonna go mad if I have to listen to that anymore. Still no instructions, and it's just left and right. Okay. I guess that's that. I didn't even hit the stop button on that one. Yeah, that's Sonic McOrigins. I can't really criticize these too harshly because, like, it's just an emulator. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, they run fine for what they are. Okay, that's... Actually, before I go, I do want to say, like, again, like I mentioned, they didn't have all the games. They did mention what they are in here somewhere. They did say they wanted to have something that sort of some of these. Yeah, they're all done. It was 3, not 4. That's my mistake. So there's another Indian Rouge one, shockingly. Indian Rouge volleyball they couldn't find. And there's 2 Shadow ones, Shadow Hockey and Shadow Basketball, which I need these in my life. Please show me an image of Shadow playing basketball. Especially because apparently that's, according to this, that's the one with the infamous Pakistan commercial. Like, that's double the reason to need it. But okay. Yeah, moving on to the next one. Unpausing. Okay, I'm in Sonic Momentum. I forgot to unpause, it's fine. We're still in the very early parts of the tutorial, so... Start with the basic. Please up here. I'm focused using acrobatics to maintain my flow. For example, I can gain something called momentum as I'm running at top speed. The momentum gauge is full. Get a huge burst of speed and acceleration. Really, I love being in this state, but if I come close to a stop, I'll lose the bonus. Let's make sure to keep up the momentum. Tap the jump button, I can jump. Any other piece of... Let's make it seem too lucky. I have a double jump. From double jump, tap the action button during a jump. No, that's a dash. I tried. Remember, and it's up the slot. Yeah, it's just a dash. Yeah, I know. I don't know how to double jump. Oh, there it is. You have to hit the X key. I mean, it's technically a double jump, I guess. Well, I guess I can skip that tutorial. So whatever C does. You're gonna go downhill, I was saying nothing of the sort. Okay, fine. This tutorial for loops. Okay, yeah, it's just tutorial message again. Nope, I don't want to read it again. Well, it reached momentum speed. I don't think I need it anymore. Come on, let me up. There. Oh, there's a trap in the wall. Like so. Well, temporarily during a dash attack, you'll be able to instantly roll the ball upon landing. I already noticed, but thank you. Oh, yeah! There we go. My attack boosted dash and double jump. Hold the action button in midair. I'll begin charging my speed. Yes, I've used this several times now. In fact, I'm pretty sure you required me to do that several times at this point. Thanks, game. This one's hard. This one's hard. Momentum's hard. I'll give it this much. I like it more now than I did last year. But last year it just wasn't fun because it was just a bunch of combat all over the place. It was slow combat with that. Turned up ahead, I think you can grind on. And the action when this option grappling or grinding. It's easier dodging from obstacles or grab rings. Like so. This must be another way as well. Coming to a stop on a rail will allow me to begin vaulting, but only when grinding, not grappling. Okay. See? That's a stealth ability. I've tried that a few times, it didn't work, but okay. Stomping doesn't work. Is this the same tutorial again? I think it is. Oh wait, no, there's enemies. They're still here. Some enemies up ahead too. They're coming into combat. Oh no. Full on combat tutorial. That's committed to senior enemy like you can be straight all kinds of ways. Jumping, swim dashing, stopping, air dashing, all by blocks. However, choosing the basic types of environment to count is important. Okay. Destroying an enemy ranking appears. This is a style gauge based on linking different combos, destroying enemies. Increasing my style rank will give me more rings. Those times I can use my air dash quickly jump towards targets. This allows me to only combos this seamlessly, while also using those enemies to reach places I couldn't normally. Then with the other air dash into the enemy pedal to bounce off, I can air dash into the next. Air dash, yeah, I know. That are too high up. Luckily I can use the action limiter for speed and unleash a homing attack. The button held longer, but sneak for boost. Yeah, okay, I get it. You're being really verbose for what is essentially a homing attack. These buttons you told me to. I'm using the buttons they told me to! What's what? I hit C, I guess? No? I don't know what I did differently. Okay. You're saying the same thing you've been saying for the last, like, entire stage. Okay, there's nothing different in that compared to before. Oh no. So it begins. Did it! I got S-Ray. Whatever. Checkpoint, go. Just getting tutorials now. They're being really verbose for no reason. That's a let it see me. Did it. Now what? Nothing? Okay. Here, one of it. Oh, there's a wisp option now. Did you mention wisps? I don't know, maybe it's in one of the tutorials I skipped. I'm held 3 at a time. So the wisp button, you can highlight the select wisp, press again to equip it. It's a momentary buff in one of 4 categories depending on the type of wisp. Power-ups include speed, flight, power, and utility. Utility lists prevent knockback from taking damage and will increase the available rings drop. Try and save it. Oh right, they didn't actually give me a ring. Almost like stack multiple list buffs together, no. Multiple power-ups might be fun, but it becomes harder to stay in control. Sometimes you must save the power for special occasions. That explained nothing. I just have more questions now. It's dark now. Power-ups like the fire when I broke. Monsters contains concentrated wisp energies that can use the shielding from incoming attacks, since the fire shield has some interesting effects. With specific obstacles to light up a dark place. The elemental shield can also change the boost dash to something else. Fire shield makes the burst dash which tells you burst upwards. Okay. It does not go fully upwards. That is the blatant lie. Holding up does nothing. The only hit left is like the fully charged, whatever that means. What's even charged? I don't see a meter anywhere. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be where the game ends for me. I think I'm going to be stuck in here. I'm done. We're going in the bottom tier again, Sonic Momentum. You have a neat idea, but gameplay's just not there. It's a shame, like, I do think it's something they can clean up. Just, it needs work. A lot of work. I really don't think skipping the tutorials really made that big a difference, considering so many of them were just saying the same thing. Okay. Okay, and we're back to the recording. So we are going through the next one, which is Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure Origins, which, as far as I can tell, is a remake of every game in Sonic Origins. Yes, every game in Sonic Origins, but made to look like a Pocket Adventure. Also, I have an aim cursor for some reason. And you can play as Battle Sonic. It's neat. Controller doesn't work. Oh no, please tell me there's vines. Okay, there is. It's just like, if I have to tap things. Okay, Z is jump, and then arrows are move. Okay, this is nothing like Pocket Adventure, because it's actually fluid. Pocket Adventure. Also, there's an emerald just sitting up there. And there's a spin dash. Blasphemy. Give me that invisibility. Okay. I did it! Yeah, I think I get the idea. What's it counting down? Oh, there it goes. I guess it doesn't skip, it just skips the animation. Oh, it's Marble Zone now. Okay, it's only... that didn't happen. You can't prove it happened. There's no video of the rewind button no longer exists. Closely mastered now with this. What is taking all these games I don't like and making them actually kind of enjoyable? I don't get it. Nah, it's not high enough. Switch does not work. What does this switch even do? What powerful that is. Made it back to the intro. Like, maybe. I'm here again. What does that switch even do? I think I'm stuck here. Okay, let's close and relaunch this. Also, I just realized this image of the screen is still bleeding over. Look at that. So let's close and relaunch it because I'm not going to move on. There's a whole bunch of other games too. Why is it focusing on that window? Okay. I mean, I guess it does have Sonic Origins in the name still. It won't let me pick the actual... It's just focusing on the window. Didn't get so stupid asked for, I guess. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Sonic 2. Yeah, let's go. I did it! Okay, no, 15 seconds. I was like, of course it's 13. But nah. I didn't even hit the skip button this time. It's just not showing. So I'm gonna let that go. There it is! What the? Hilltop? Okay, sure. We're going to Hilltop. Yes. Gameplay. Good gameplay right there. Alright. And we're back for more gameplay! Oh yeah. Go here for gameplay. Why are you trying to attack me? I'm not moving. It's not even like they were firing and missing. Oh. Well, I was trying to jump and failed, so clearly I need to wait until this gets to the end. There we go. Now I can safely jump across. Don't acknowledge it, don't acknowledge it, don't acknowledge it. Okay. The end? Yes, it is. It's over there. Okay, that's 2 levels done. I guess like 3.5 if you count the Sonic 1 stuff. Let's keep going. There's 2 others. 3 chuckles. Ice cap, okay. slow death. I mean, I could have saved myself, but what's the point of that? Made it this time. Sliding! Make it, no, I'm gonna make it, no, I'm gonna make it. This is Ice Capital, right? Very accurate to this source material. Oh, that's the goal, it's right there! And how do I get through? There's a switch right there, that might be it. This platform should spawn. If they don't, I'm stuck. They forced me backwards even though I'm not even on the ice. Guess I can try running further back and see if I can get hyped out. I can, okay, but I went too far. Gotta keep my height this time. There it is. Ow. Yep, that was the switch. I guess that wasn't too bad. Okay, that was just Ice Cap. Might as well just call it Sonic 3, not Sonic 3 Knuckles at that point. Alright, one more to go. Sonic CD. Beautiful. It's great. Those 4 frames a second and no music whatsoever. Great. It's so good. I love it. Almost got to the... Oh, there you go. Spinning down the rock, yeah. Okay. I appreciate that they went through the effort of decompressing that cutscene so many times. Just for the added effect. Okay, Palm Tree Panic. Kinda makes Ice Cap the outlier. Oh, what did I do to the music? It's awful! Stop, please. US soundtrack, so I don't have to care. Hey, what's it say? Player values skater-specific Sonic. Sure. I would like to enter that little cave over there. It's okay. Oh, that works. Okay. Ow. Oh, that was the end. And I never have to listen to that awful rendition ever again. Unless the show's over again next year. Oh no. Oh, they only included this stage here too. Well, okay, that's it for Sonic Origins Pocket Edition then. Interesting little side project. Nothing crazy here, but here's good. If maybe a little too accurate to the source material at times. Alright, let's move on to our next game. Alright, resume my recording. I'm leaving that beautiful intro the game has of Akas for the stream. Controller doesn't work. What else is new? Starting to wonder why I bothered plugging this thing in. Yes. As would you have all the keys in WASD and you use those for your random options instead of movement and then why? Why? Never. Someday I love that song. Don't bet any money on that because it's never happened. I don't even like Mania. It's never happening. Special stage or story mode? No, screw a special stage. Why not? Figure out these. Oh wow, this is very loose. Including the hitboxes seem to be generous. Ah, it's this thing again. From what game was it? Was that Sonic Entropy, I think? That had the 2D loop and the 3D gameplay? Oh, that was tight. That one broke. Well, that was fun. I believe, yep, the game froze. It crashed. We're just gonna try ignoring that and see if it works. That's a lot of ignores. That is a lot of it. You know, we're just gonna abort. Try it again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dock this game a tier on its own just from all the technical issues. Oh no, we're playing this again. This time it's on the recording, so you do get to see it after all. It's beautiful. Sega. Okay, let's play the actual game this time. There's nothing at the bottom of Sonic's feet, it's just a black void. I can't even hit start game this time. But none of the keys work. Nothing works. Oh wait, that might be my fault. Yeah, okay, this is one of those games that has to be in focus. Fine, okay, that's on me. Heaven Shore Act 2? Okay, we're going straight to Act 2. Who needs Act 1, am I right? Honestly, the loop is honestly the least of the comparisons to Entropy now. Like, this feels a lot like Entropy. I don't get it. Why is this the opening of the game? Oh, I have no rings anymore. Yes, it's damage himself, of course he does. Great. This game does have Drop Dash. I didn't think to check because the last several haven't supported it. But it jumps? It did not see the jumping anytime soon, but okay. And it bounces. I mean, why not? If you can do one, why not do the other? There. I beat the opening of the game. So at least KS0 was like, super easy, and I just realized I have 2 layers on the screen. There, fixed. Sunset Park Act. Okay, we're just remaking Triple Trouble again. Speaking of, no, I'm not going over Triple Trouble 16-bit. I already did that on the channel. There's no need to do that a second time. It would be a total waste. Turns out because like I'm getting kind of close to that game on the list. So is this game just a boss rush? Boss rush plus special stages. What explains why I'm only going through Act 2s? So, seriously, please, get your controller support under control. He's a chili dog! Starlight as well? Originality is dead. This game must be Mania 2. Okay, this is actually a combination of a few different bosses. I'll at least give you credit for that much. Oh, it moves now. Well. Oh, well, that is. Gotcha. Okay, that's 3. How many bosses are you going to make me fight? More chili dogs. Speed eating, I see. Virtual engine. Okay, unique film again. Instance create object underscore motobug. So there's no rings here. That's always worrying. Hi, Tails. Sorry, Tails. And again, maybe not. Is Tails the actual fight? Well, okay, I guess I'm fighting Tails. Hey, there's my rings! Object STHL egg. Oh, no more rings. They were fun while they lasted. Bye-bye, egg. Oh, that's all that is. I figured I'd at least be fighting like metal or knuckles too. Like, if you have tails, come on. Techno turret? Act 1? Wait, Act 1? Oh. I got excited because I saw Act 1 and I saw the tails was with me. Okay, well that was hard, wasn't it? Oh wow. Considering how actually difficult games have been playing, I don't really mind something being a bit easier. It's just Heal Out Park. Does Heal Out work? Is this in this game? Oh, it does. I hadn't noticed. Oh, so this is a glorified quartz quadrant. You just have to wait it out. Oh, you think you can move without Heal Out? I can. I thought it was the glorified fourth part. Maybe it's not? I'm jumping straight on him. I jumped straight on his beautiful head. What's happening? Well, I think I've seen enough of that game. It was, it's just a boss rush anyway. I'll be like, technical issues galore. Thanks for one more reminder of that one. Let's move on to the next game again. Alright, on to the next game. Sonic the Hedgehog Recharge. How do I go forward? It's not accepting any inputs. Of course. Silly me, why would I assume that any game would support a controller? Silly me. After this game, I'm gonna... I'm gonna check to make sure my controller is actually properly plugged in. Sometimes they'll say it's plugged in and it's not really. Ready? I haven't found anything at Sonic Hoshi's level. Which is, I think, my bar to beat for the classic fan games so far. Definitely not exerted from a game called Sonic Hoshi of all things. Am I trapped? Oh, wait, no. Bouncy mushrooms. What exactly do they want me to do? Capsule. Want to kill this hedgehog. Nice. Some straight out of the Adventure Song with the Hedgehog nonsense right there. Doing the entropy thing where it wasn't inputting right away, even though I said to do it. Okay, now the spin dash works, though, so it's not full on entropy. I didn't really get the chance to test that the last game because it was a boss rush. Enough. Any springs around? Any springs? No? Okay. You're is this? Oh, death. It's meaningful death. More painful death. Ring, please. We're done ring. Oh, I think that tree branch should save me. Ooh. Alright. Giving it one more shot. If I die here, I'm just gonna move on to the next game. I wasted way too much time on that tech demo. In the McDonald's one, so gonna start trying to make up some time by cutting out on some of these games I'm not doing so hot in. Yeah, moving on. Game's fine-ish, I guess. Like, going through a lot of classic Sonic games when I'm not a classic Sonic fan, what do you want me to say? Level design's a little weird. Like, some of the mechanics need a little touching up too, but other than that, it's fine, I guess. Again. Oh, didn't think that... Okay, numpad slash is the keybind to move that forward and must use everything. Controller doesn't work here. So Emerald Coast Speed Highway or Rooftop Run? Emerald Coast, sure. No controller support, again! I did say I was gonna check it, which I didn't. I was too eager to move on. I don't feel like controller support would mean much for this game anyway. Looks like it's just porting level meshes in. Which, in this level's simple enough, it's probably fine. I'm kind of worried about the others, though. Also, I'm kind of curious what they're going to do about the whale. Instead of clearly not importing everything. Bring the trophy. They at least have checkpoints. Please at least have checkpoints. Nope. I can't even spin dash. Or if I can, I don't know what the bind for it is. What the... What'd I do? Wait a minute, is that the quick step? Amazing. Okay, Q near quick step. Noted. Especially looking for like a boost or a spin dash. Like, they said they ported Rooftop Run. I'm gonna want a boost for that. I can do a bounce attack. No spin though. It's literally just bounce attack. And died because somehow it only just died, or occurred to me that I don't have rings. Because they didn't put rings in the level either. It's clearly a very early whip type. So many of these games are. I'd say I wouldn't really bother checking these out next year, but look, I wasted an hour on one of those just today. Okay? Clearly, I'm going to keep going through them. Oh, there you go. I actually have to time this. There we go. Uh-oh. Perfect. Okay, now they just get rid of the bridge entirely. I was assuming that they were gonna still have the bridge and just see this awkward walk of silence. But okay, that works too. Just get rid of the problem spot in its entirety. Second half. Uh-oh. Didn't include lily pads! I don't know if we spawn now, because unless that midway transition counts as a checkpoint, there's no checkpoints in this level. I wonder if the trick still works. Probably not without a spin dash. But never say never. Pace again. Or line the camera up a little better. There we go. Uh-oh, well, I guess we're going down this way. Here, come on, make it. No! I went too fast! Nothing down here in this version. Spring. Hi, yes, spring. Okay. It's just, I'm gonna have to go through this whole segment without any scripting. Actually, you know what? It was so slow it actually didn't matter. Oh, and they put the ending there. It wasn't playing his world before, was it? I don't think it was. Okay. I feel like Speed Highway is gonna be more of the same, and I'm kind of curious how they're gonna make Rooftop Run work without the boost. So. I feel like the answer is slowly. Very slowly. This is the Unleashed version, I think. Yeah, it's the Unleashed. What, it's... Yeah, it's Unleashed. Okay. Well, they kept the 2D sections. That was one of my curiosities. They didn't put the boost or even a spin dash. Is there a wall jump? No, of course not. Do you actually need the wall jump for this stage? I don't think so. I don't think there's any segments that outright require, although there's a few that come close. Bounce off that. Definitely did. There you go. Yes. The mouse, more powerful than any drift will ever be. Yes, I'm kind of dreading the possibility that I get to the end of the stage and they're like, congratulations, you reached the 1/3 mark. Now you have to beat the Wii and the Generations versions. Oh, I forgot about this section. I might actually need a wall jump. Oh no, these better building springs. Okay, nah, it's fine. I don't know the speed up mechanics, so that's as far as I can go! There it goes. Oh, that's the end. I guess they really didn't want to program in the skydive. You know what? Speed highway, sure, why not? Is it back there? No, of course not. We're going through Speed Highway for the second time today. First time I had a spin dash that was super underpowered. This time I don't have a spin dash at all. I have a stylized loop with splines here? Where were those in Emerald Coast? It's still fun for that matter. Okay, they definitely put the most effort in the Speed Highway. Like, by far. Really done that up. But I'm going to the momentum! Doesn't reset the elevator. Thankfully, you can just run up this. That could have been a big oversight. What is going on with Sonic's legs? They're tilted. I can't unsee it. Okay, they're back to normal now. Nobody threw me like that. That's fun. Okay, back on track. Music loops. How does the helicopter work? First time I went through this stage, they didn't bother programming it at all. There's just no helicopter at all, so curious how it's going to work this time. There is a helicopter. Oh, it works use of a very small hitbox. I am stuck here. I can't get off. So, this is my new home. I'm really glad I chose this stuff last. Final thoughts again, demo's way too early development to give any genuine critique, but so far, like, if I had to focus something first off, yeah, glitches for sure. It's like, just add features in, it's way too bare bones. Like, wall jump, like, there's no boost or spin dash. Controller support would be nice. I feel like I've been yelling at a wall about that for a really long time now. None of these games have supported controllers. Sonic is definitely not made to be a keyboard and mouse franchise. Alright, that's about it for me on this one. This was Sonic Rerun. I think next game is Sonic Revisited, because the names are really confusing. Next game is Sonic Revisited. It looks like it's more or less just built to be a remake of Sonic 1. Which they're going either way, say, oh, well, this is the faithful remake, which is really weird to me because, first off, for the first time today, controller support! Yeah, I think, I'm trying to remember, like, I'm pretty sure this is the first time today. I mean, not counting, like, the Sonic Adventure DS one, like, that one doesn't count, like, that's Melon supporting DS, like, that's different. I don't get what's different about this versus the Taxman version. I mean, I guess, like, you don't have the option to play as Tails and Knuckles. Was anybody really upset that they added the option to play as Tails and Knuckles? Can't spin dash? Was anybody really upset about the fact they added the ability to spin dash? Like, I kind of just don't see the reason for this game to exist. Especially when they themselves bring up the Taxman version and even the PC decomp. It's like, there's no reason for this to exist. I guess I can understand not wanting to pay for Origins since they got rid of the original. Because Sega are greedy. Special stages don't exist. Okay. No clue on whether or not they actually gave me the emeralds. I know from the page as well, they only included some of the zones. Like, they included Green Hill, of course. They got rid of Marble. Then they included Carnival Night, but they didn't include the boss fight, and they specified that. And then, again, as Starlight, same thing. They include the zone, but they don't include the boss fight. As for Labyrinth, Scrap Raid, and Final, no sign of it. And apparently that also applies to the special stages. They don't exist. Stop asking about them. They don't exist. They never existed. There was never a special stage. Chaos Emeralds are a myth. You go to the non-existent special stage. Haha! Yeah, this is just Sonic 1, but with a bunch of missing levels, but they added widescreen. It's neat, but I'm still, it's like, who asked for this? If you were to make this game, you should have made it before Taxman made it, because now it's like there's no point. The game already runs natively on PC to boot with, or just not to mention like the other 50 million ports of Sonic 1 has had over the years. Do we really need another port? At least make the port of like Sonic CD or Sonic 3 or Sonic Knuckles. Like, Sonic 1 has been ported to death. Especially like, why have we never gotten like a Knuckles Chaotix fan port? I understand why Sega probably hasn't. They probably don't want to remind people of how garbage that game is. I wanted to sit in that same veil the CD sat in for a really long time, where everybody pretended like, oh yeah, well that's like the best classic Sonic game because nobody could play it. Nobody could confirm it was true or false. Zone 1 done. I'm gonna call it with just Sonic Revisit for now because it just seems like a straight port. I really don't think there's anything new. JJ43. Yeah, sure, no problem. Like, it's not a bad game at all. I definitely think it could be great, like with a few tweaks. So very excited to see where that goes. Okay, so this is the next game, which was called Sonic Ringworlds for the Sega Saturn. I had to load up a Saturn emulator and set it up just for this game to work. It's a jump, and that's about it. It is very basic. There is no sound, which also is something that shares in common with the Sonic Adventure DS. The Adventure DS was a little more complete than this. This is very clearly a proof of concept, although to be fair, so is Adventure DS! I'm starting to bring that game up so much as they're both trial games that were built to run on hardware. Like this being Saturn, of course, Adventure DS, well, you can figure that out. And I am stuck in here. I got out, but stuck in and got out again. And anything else? Don't think so. I'm curious if the loop works. Okay, first question, can I even get up to the loop? I'm sure there's buttons to change the camera, but I don't want to break the Saturn emulator more than I already have. Like, Saturn emulation is so infantile, changing anything can be a disaster. Alright, well. In that case, then, that was Sonic Ringworlds. Not really a lot to this one. Oh, my mouse is visible. Yeah, really basic. For a phrase I feel like I've been saying way too many times today, it's way too simple for me to give any genuine criticism. It just needs more work done to it if it's going to be something even remotely fully fledged. Which, like with the Adventure DS, I know, I'm sorry for those comparisons. No, I can't help it. You know, like with that one, I do hope they go through. Oh, I made it. I do hope they go through with it, but like they didn't even program functionality for a loop. I mean, there you go. That's how you know it's very early. They didn't even program one of the core Sonic mechanics. So, next game is Sonic Robo-Blast from the past. Anyone that is familiar with Sonic Robo-Blast probably recognizes this because it's more or less a one-to-one remake. Not to be confused with Robo-Blast 2. The Doom mod. No, that's a totally different thing. This is Sonic Robo-Blast 1. Sports controllers! Which again, like, not a lot of games have done that today, so I have to give praise to that. Training mode zone. Hi, welcome to practice mode. I'll guide you through this. Yeah, this is just a straight remake. I think the only thing they have changed is that they made it widescreen. And the tutorials are a little more intrusive. Then again, I never actually played the original. I've only ever played like the version that was in Robo-Blast 2. Stop mocking me! Holding down instead of a spin dash is just like a dodge ability. Uh-oh. Yay! Complete training! Time for the real thing! Did you say that after I click clear? Yeah. Sonic completed act. Great. I'm watching that. The team Jur. Press enter to skip any cutscene. I wouldn't dare. It's under a huge war. with one savior and his friends. Only one man can do it. Robotnik? Yeah, he's the only human around. The one. Yes. Press enter to begin the game. Thankfully, the A button also suffices. You use Sonic Electronic as the music. That's great. Every Sonic game should have Sonic Electronic in it. Oh, and there's scrolling too. Oh, thank you for that. I genuinely thank you. It's that was an annoyance from the original. I remember. Ah, it's the instrumental. Give us the vocal version, you cowards. Curious what that Robo-Blast 2 option was. Or if it's just like a meme you pick and it's like, do you really think you can support Robo-Blast 2 with this? Those ones go flying when you get hit. You're not grabbing them again. So I suppose there's a health bar. Which none of these games have had so far, I don't think. Sonic Robo-Blast Remake is paving the way. Who would have thunk? Beautiful. Sonic completed Act 1. Base Act 2. Oh, you can probably go this way. You cannot. I might just be trapped in limbo forever. Oh, never mind. No, I'm good. Beautiful. I love it. This is the good kind of meme game I can get behind. Another boss. And he's beautiful. Too high up. Uh-oh. You're going back down. You're too high up again. Okay. Fine. Completed Act 2. It's beautiful. Cutscene? Hey, what's up for Robotnik this morning? No, Sonic, how are you? You basement maniacal insane person? Stop and listen. You blue, pesky, and boy head home. Because this part, you know the rings on Mobile season. You buy super devastated. And you're not using them to create a theme park? What a waste. Text going fast, can't read. I should mod victory if you think like that. This is I love this. This is beautiful. Zone Act 1. Oh, we're going through Green Hill now. Wait, what did I go through before? I know it's called like Knot Hill or something like that, but come on. It's a giant flamethrower. I did it! I didn't do it! Yeah, you know what, go back to my menu. You see what Robo-Blast 2 is like. Their new game. Okay, so this is the original Robo-Blast 2 before they went to Doom. Like the prototype version. Okay. And it has the old music too, which is frankly still way too high quality to be on this. So it kind of makes it better in a way. Better for the joke. Let me tell you, the Robo-Blast's a lot better. I did it. Now imagine a world where this is the Sonic Robo-Blast 2 we actually got. Oh, what a wonderful world such would be. Truly has corrupted me for the rest of my days, I swear. What is that? It's a bee! I like bees. Okay, there's special stages and the top downs where you just run around. Hit those things and stop them from shooting. I should do that then. Great, need 10 more. 8 more, need 3 more. There they are. Oh, there was extra here. Handy. Sonic have got a Chaos Emerald. It's beautiful. You mean I say like there's nothing you can change to make it better? It's already perfect. It's the game. Kinda glad that AS2R person came by with the last game and not this one where I'm praising this dirt. More critical on that, like, okay, just spelled out in case everyone else goes like, obviously it's a joke. Obviously the Sonic Team Junior devs can make something way better than this now. This is just... it's just more of a history look than anything. It's still really funny though. Yes, platforming. I want to ride the block. That's insane. There was no point of going on that. But I did it anyway. Green Fire Zone Act 3. One to include rings in the battle arena. Although they still go flying when you get hit, so... Like, you can see him up there now, but yeah. I'm ready. It's actually kind of similar to what we have in the modern version. It's kind of shocking. Sonic completed Act 3. Get that correct grammar out of here. We don't need it. Also, what is this guard? I guess it just means like don't get hit. Techno Hill Zone. Just say once again, this music's way too good to be technical. Down we go! We'll go for a little while longer. I still have a few more games I want to get through. Because like things like I know that for a fact there are some games that are going to take me like the entire day when I try to go. Like whenever I get to Sonic World, I know full well that's going to be like a whole day project. That's basically an engine with endless numbers of levels tied to it. Playing up, not too unsimilar from Sonic Robo-Blast 2! Is there a reason I don't cover Sonic Robo-Blast 2 channel? Content on my channel because I would literally never stop. Then again, I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Pushing out, they have the level design contest in semi-regular rotation again. Something to think about. Definitely experimenting more with doing more fan stuff in the channel, like with what I was doing with 16-bit version of Triple Trouble. Yes, slow rising platforms. It's so blocky, it's beautiful. This is being part of it, that perfection doesn't exist, and then they show you this. I think I've seen enough. As much perfection as this is, I don't think I'm gonna see anything I haven't already expected out of this. So I'm very curious. Yeah, no, it's not. I was looking to see, like, who actually released this? Like, was that actually released by Sonic Team Jr. or was it by someone else? It looks like it was someone else. Someone named Hala to know, but I'm so sorry. I know for a fact I butchered that name. There's a single comment on it, like, my only real complaint is that there should be a checkpoint on the rising lava and volcano zone. Uh-huh. Well, moving on. First off. Okay, resume the recording. Next game is Sonic Sky. I went through all that effort of finding the controller and it's not working. Maybe I have to hit enter for this one. Select your character. Panic. Why would you have me go? Okay, no. Now it's working.
Charged! Frenzy! Charged!
Charged and Frenzy, I don't know. Must touch Oma Chow. Taking this train on me to Ranger Island where Knuckles keeps watch over the Master Emerald. Okay. Gamer has the habit of juddering when you let go of and re-tap the directional button. Like, yes, that is what that flashing is. It is really noticeable.
Frenzy! Charge!
Is that what that difference is? I've used it before, and I'm not sure how he did it.
Frenzy!
I do remember I hit that dash ability. Yeah, there. Okay, it only works when in the air. Interesting.
Charge.
Okay, I think charge has a higher jump, so... Oh yeah, charge definitely has a higher jump.
Frenzy. Charge.
I'd like to board the train to Angel Island zone, please. No, it said something. Yes, Angel Island port. Hey, it looks like it's moving! There it goes. Thank you! This is the port of Angel Island, where the master terminal are located, right? Press some big. You can understand what's going on. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you. What is going on? And I kind of piece it together, but what's going on? I guess I can't talk to you. Not very sociable, huh? Angel Island, huh? It sure is. Okay, I've seen enough of these. Echidnas are supposed to be dead. Better get out of here before we get a contenders lawsuit. You know, this might need help, Sonic. Once you get back, I will be able to help you. Help with what? And where? That's clearly not Knuckles. Ball's right there. She had nothing worth saying. I assure you. Angel Island over there, and I can't go there.
Charge. Frenzy.
Right over here. Nope. Still no.
Charge.
The charge mode has interesting. It has a wall jump. The first game that's done that, aside from Frontiers 2D.
Frenzy.
Fitting enough, they did mention Frontiers in their bio for this game, so... Okay, I don't even know how to go back to the last area, let alone go wherever you want me to go.
Frenzy. Charge.
Okay, you can stack these. It kind of seems like it might be a little busted. Yeah, I can boost now. Okay, I see what the... Okay, it's not that you have to be... It's that you can't be holding a direction, which is really weird. You can only boost if you're not pressing a direction. That's so weird.
Charge. Frenzy.
Anything to say? It's all because of Amaro that some of our people are injured and some even passed away. If only we saw... I don't know, I couldn't read in time. Say it again. If only we were strong enough. Okay. Hey, what you doing? Hanging out with the statues?
Charge. Frenzy. Charge.
I still got no idea what they want me to do here. Guess the call might have something important to say. Knuckles is gone! You don't say. There's still whatever's going on over there. What do I do to go somewhere before I just held down? I guess you just have to stay there for a moment. Jungle Joyride music? Okay.
Charge. Frenzy.
Frenzy's fast mode, so... Yeah, I've kind of figured it out. Can you jump on Spice with the boost on? That's a bit overpowered. Never mind, no you can't.
Charge!
Although it is a bit more lenient.
Frenzy!
The boost doesn't boost! What's the point of a boost that doesn't boost? So, you might want to work on your transitions a bit.
Charge!
Well, like, how long it took me to figure that out? Like, even just like a UI change. There we go. There, man. I might be stuck here. So I'm trying to throw a Kamehameha. And more like a really underpowered shove. It does scan the boost. Even one more shot, but and not really feeling this one if I'm being honest. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be all of that, but it definitely is one. There's some other vertical moves that I don't know about. That didn't work. Yeah, I'm moving on. Not really a fan of this one, unfortunately. But, I mean, neat idea, but combat's a bit clunky and doesn't even work. There's not really any directions of where to go. The speed is really slow. Honestly, a lot of the same complaints I had about Sonic Momentum apply here too. It's just a less flashy version of Sonic Momentum. Okay, next game is Sonic Spectacle. I actually already went through this game, but I screwed up and I forgot to record. Thankfully, it's really short. It's just one act. Like you can see his death animation there. Like I was saying the first time, I do really like the. Oh yeah, now that I've seen it, I definitely see that's Yoshi's Island style. The enemy. That is 100% Yoshi enemy. I really like the hand-drawn Sonic. Like it helps it stand out so much. Even if this is like a very early whip game too. I'm willing to give this one a little more of a break. First off, because I really like how the Sonic looks, and two, because it's a browser game. I can't get over that. It's built in a browser. Not unheard of course, but still a cool idea. Thankfully the stage isn't too long either. I think I'm close to the end. Yep. Yeah. There's Act 1. Fast, which is the only act, because after this it just loads the credits, so... Yeah, I already gave my thoughts on it twice now, technically. It's neat. I can't be too strict about it, but I also can't really give it too much praise when it's only one act, if it's only, like, a quarter finished. You might have something cool here. Alright, recording's back, so we were going through Sonic Speed. I don't think this game is terribly long, but we'll see. It sounds like it's just like a single stage with a few missions in it. Once again, controller support. I have to specify that after going through like 10 plus games in a row that had no controller support at all. Even games that looked like they really should have had it. Like, this is a tutorial thing. Missions. Complete the zone, defeat Metal Sonic, complete Tails mission. Find the 4 red rings, find the statues of chaos, and complete Act 1 and Act 2. Oh, there's 2 acts. Okay, Light Dash is what you would think it is, it's fine. It's a bunch of glowing lights in the sky, I assume that's where the missions are. The camera's a bit jittery. The jump dash doesn't quite have the distance I would expect either, like it's... I can ground pound. Okay, can we center that way? Okay, I can spin dash of B, but only if I'm standing still, and even then I mean, I was gonna say don't go that fast, but actually when I land I gain some speed, so that's actually not too bad. Not thrilled with the idea that it doesn't work until you jump though. If I get a homing miracle, I badass yes. What voice is this, Sonic? God, you drumsticks. You sound like this, Sonic. But there's a blue ring over here. I don't remember that ever being one of the missions. There was like the statues, there was defeat Metal Sonic, there's something to do with Tails. Well, you know what? Let's test the ring theory. It's unironically one of the most well-finished and finalized 3D games they have this year. So I'm going to humor it. This is the max quality setting, by the way. I just want to bring that up. Can't stop! I just have to die a horrible, painful death! Alright, let's die another horrible, painful death, and then after that, let's go and follow one of those lights in the sky. I see a red light and I see 2 yellow lights. If I did guess, the yellow lights are probably Tails, and the red light's probably a Metal Sonic fight. That's fine, let's go beat up Metal. Or whatever that red light is. This seems why you might not want to have the boost in this game, but I do hope they at least like refine the spin dash a bit so you can use it while moving. You know, like how they do it in adventure games. This is just clunky. As it is, I have to come to a complete standstill and stop. And then if I actually want to keep any of this speed, I have to jump and land immediately after. It's also really clunky. It's a nice use of the Lost World model. Like, I'm not giving you data over that or anything, it's just like, I can't help but notice it. Because Lost World used it for its Mach speed sections. I think it's a neat model. Do what I was saying before. Following the red light. I mean, it's just so shiny. Hey, box. Okay, for the second game today, boxes are invincible. Don't even try to destroy them, you'll never win. I didn't spin long enough. I can't spin, it won't let me. Maybe it doesn't let you if you're at a certain angle. Ah, that's a little janky. Hope I'm wrong about that. Can I run up slopes? Yes. Looks like a special stage. Oh, it is Metal Sonic.
Muy
Bien,
bien,
Metal.
Metal. Te voy a ganar como si fuera 1993.
Ah, yes. Well, I guess that explains the voice. The Sonic Forces remix. Okay, that's a choice. Uh-oh.
No.
Okay, good. It respawns me here. So, like, if I have to start all the way back from the beginning of Green Hill, I'm gonna be mad. What? No! The platforms despawned! Is it possible to win without those? Oh no, it's not the it's the rings, that's right. There was the light dash trail. And thankfully they do respawn with that. I'm assuming the Metal Sonic won the race. You had to blow that a little wide. He's flying straight for the ring! Nerd! I don't know how I'm gonna win this one. Just brazenly cheat. Can I brazenly cheat back? Not too much the fact that he goes at light speed there. We're close to it. Might as well be making a sonic boom. Wait, where am I going? Crap. I screwed up. I got very lost. Oh, that... I think it matters. Anyway, Metal Sonic starts to get the goal. Alright, try it again. Ring. Uh-oh. Not as fast as the ring speed, but I do think this is the right strategy. It's just without losing the Mach speed. Wait, I might actually... No, never mind. He cheats in another way, too. Doesn't actually grab the emerald or the gold. Game just says you do, and you go on anyway. Okay, so yeah, I want to take the right path. Now I want to take a left. Now I want to go down the lane bridge. There we go. It's not too hard when you know what you're doing. I did it. Oh, I'm back here again. Okay. So I beat Metal Sonic. There's still the Tails mission for Red Ring, Statues of Chaos. I haven't found any Red Rings yet. No idea what the Statues of Chaos are either. Okay, so I think I can safely ignore that red beam in the sky now. Since I know that's Metal Sonic now. need to get over to the main island, which means I have to go back here. A little counterintuitive, but I'll allow it. Yay! Oh, okay, that's fine. Made it. Speed! Okay, checkpointed. Let's go up to the yellow lights. Start with... And go for the yellow one. It looks like it's closer. They're both yellow, I think. Oh no. Don't ask me questions. I'm gonna first by thicker and thinner light. Oh, wait. Giant Chow Key. It's just 3 statues of Chow. Wait a minute, the Chaos statues. They misspelled it. Chaos is a different character. They were trying to say Chow, like multiple Chow. They didn't realize that spells out Chaos. Found this statue of the Chow. Please fix that. That is very incorrect. Chaos and Chow are very different. I think that was technically what the beam light was pointing at. I think that was something else, so still need to examine the light. I assume the other light is the tails and then red rings, or who knows, but those could be anywhere. It doesn't seem like there's any before the main island, at least. This area is narrow enough, I think I would know. Like, I'll do another sweep of that Mach Speed area before I lock myself into it, but... Let's go check out the thin line. No, the checkpoint, handy. Oh, this is where the, Oh, this is where the Mach Speed thing is. Okay, so I'm just gonna take this every time now, then. That's way easier and way faster. The thin line's getting a lot thicker.
Ow.
And dead. Okay. Got my fast move. Okay, and I can see the tornado from here. This is definitely Tails. Started with Metal Sonic. Then they found the Chow statues. Please fix that typo. I'm going to keep repeating that. The other Tails. What do you want? Oh, you won't talk to me.
Tiene que haber un botón por aquí.
There's a button. I think you're trying to say button. B-U-T-T-O-N. That's very different from button. Sonic and the Black Knight music. Interesting choice. I love the Black Knight soundtrack. They're gonna go into my top 3 of the franchise, but does not feel fitting here. I'm looking for a button. Not to be confused with a button or chaos. Button. Yes, I am being a jerk. I know. I'm going to keep rubbing it in. There it is. I saw it before the grass floated in. Now I can go back. Technical issues win me the day again. Okay, so still not really sure what complete the zone entails, funny enough. Or what complete Acts 1 and 2 entails. Like, I haven't found an ending, so to speak. I also still haven't found a single red ring. That's a little concerning. This way. There was a lane bridge, I remember. There we go. Hello, checkpoint. I'm gonna try to find whatever this elusive exit is. Let's see what it even look like. Is it a signpost and a gold ring? There's no beacon point, unless that's what the other light is. I found the shadows like while following that light. Don't know. Also, still no sign of the red rings. Those could be anywhere. Up there. They're buzzbots. At least I think those are buzzbots. Let's go find out. Oh, they're flickies. Hey, they're flickies. Okay, so what's actually here at the... Oh, it is just the goal. Finish Act 1! Incomplete stage. Or stage complete, as they say here, which is, for once, actually more grammatically correct than what I was saying. There's no Act 2! They brazenly lied to me! They... I really wish they marked it off when you finish those missions, but they don't. They don't even get rid of the pillars in the sky. Or even like change their color to be like a gray or anything, like once you finished it. That would be nice. No sign of the red ring, so honestly hunting those down might take me an eternity, so I'm kind of inclined to say I'm done. I did everything else. I found the Chow statues, not to be confused with Chaos. I'm not letting that go. I found Metal Sonic. I found in stage, and I cleared the Tails thing. Look at that level of detail, something that can only be done by only the worst optimized Nintendo Switch titles. It's apart from the Metal Sonic fight. Ah, yeah, it's good. Oh, I didn't think I still have the Mach speed. I was trying to stop so I could get it back. Wait, that's the that must be what they meant by Act 1 and Act 2. There's... Or wait, no, never mind now. That's Tails. I got excited. Although there is this ring right here. Oh wait, no, Act 1! What? It's just playing Green Hill music. I feel threatened. Okay. It's very easy so far. Camera never wants to stay where I put it. Uh-oh. Again. Oh, dash ring. Not that I even use that much at this point, but hey, it's here. Can I run up here? Okay, there's multiple light trails. We'll take this one. Do I need to take this route? No, not really, but it's here. It's the scenic route, okay? Hey, finished Act 1! Well, now that I know what the acts are, I just gotta go find Act 1 and Act 2. Since I know that part's little, now I'm kind of wondering what complete the zone means. Does it just mean do every other mission? I'm gonna take this meaning do every other mission. Even if that's not actually what it means. Come on, Spin Dash, you can do it. Streaks last of us a second. There it goes. I gotta recover. Okay, there's the platform I want to jump off of. Not lost this time. Gotta go find Act 2 somewhere. And then I will be done. And you won't have to hear me complaining about chows or anything else. Uh-oh, not gonna run that way. Okay. Hello, Act 2? Are you here? Any sign of... Oh, there it is. I see it. Act 2. Or maybe that's Act 1 again, but I'm pretty sure it's Act 2. Yeah, it's Act 2. I'm surprised for Act 2 they didn't use a different version of Green Hill, because there's so many at this point. Like, I know SA2 used the original, but you could have used what the my controls are freaking out.
Ow!
They just stopped responding. Yeah, they're still not responding.
No!
Well, unplug and replug controller. It's still going. Okay,
No.
I kind of wrestled control back at the last second there. I don't know what happened with my controller there. Glad it's done. I don't think, to be fair, like, I don't think that one's on the game. I think that one's probably an Xbox controller weirdness. It's an amazing controller for PC when it works, which is like 98% of the time, but that other 2% is absolutely infuriating. I swear. Didn't create a side to that platform, it's just a flat image. Not sure if that was intentional, but that's how it is. No! Going the wrong way! Make the loop. I can make the loop. And made to the end. Okay, well, I think I'm about done with Sonic Speed for today. I did end up making this a longer one after all, which... Look, I don't have a lot of 3D Sonic games I can play through for this event, so I've got to savor the ones I get. And so many of the 2D ones just blend. Like, yeah, sometimes you get like another Sonic 2 remake, sure, but more often than not, it could, let's be real, it could have just as easily been a Mania mod. Like, nobody would have batted an eye. Like, as far as this game's concerned, first off, please get someone to fix your text. Like, these are mistakes that should have been caught very easily by a native speaker. Like, I can maybe understand somebody not knowing the chow when is wrong. Chow is one of those words like fish or moose. Like, you don't have plural versions of it. It's just moose and fish. I think the reason for chow is pretty obvious, because it just says chaos.
Ow.
It's pretty fun. I do hope that, like, if they don't want to... Oh, Red Ring! I finally found one of these. I'm not going to spend too long looking for the other three, but I do hope they... Okay, that platform has sides, but... I'm sorry. I do hope they at least add some English Sonic voice clips in. Or at least Japanese like that one game did. As it stands, yeah, this... VA isn't great, and it shows, and the fact that it's the only option is kinda rough. Not gonna lie. Oh, another Red Ring! Is it big? Okay, I have to go get that Red Ring, then we're stopping there, because I'm never surpassing the amazingness that is Big the Cat. No!
No!
Did I hit the checkpoint? I think I did. I did. Okay, we're going back to Big, because Big is awesome. I already gave my piece on this game. So we're going to Big, we're gonna get the ring, and then we'll move on to the next title. Or maybe just end it, because it's already been 4 hours on the recording, and it's nearly 5 hours live. And my voice has honestly been going for like the last hour and a half. No! There we go. That was a struggle to get, but I got it. I suppose you could do the spinball thing from Encore with RB. Interesting. Well, that's good for momentum preservation, I suppose. Or momentum murder. One of the two. The game won't let me get any closer. It will. Even this game knows, like, he's too excellent for mere mortals to touch. So don't even think about it, mortal. Okay. Yeah, like I said, that's enough sonic speed. Okay, recording's live again. One more game to go. Sure, these can all stay here for now. Screen resolution. Why do you have this as screen resolution? Screen resolution is something you actually need to know what it is. You can't just have low, medium, high, epic, or cinematic. Whatever. Go back here. It's doing the same thing that Black Knight HD was doing, which does not fill me with confidence. Let's see if it got the same start.
Let's get going!
It's in a different engine, though, I think. I don't think this is the Ash engine. I got a whole bunch of stages from 06. Did they? No, they didn't. They got a lot. No automatic loops. Uh-oh. Good to know, thanks. I'm guessing that hint thing was saying that there's also no sliding animation for water. Okay, when I start sliding, I'm committed. Uh-oh. Or maybe it's just that I run water.
So beautiful.
Do not believe there's any light dashing. Unleash Woo, thank you. I need that. Oh, I guess I got that one. I didn't even notice. Okay, no. Light dashing is why. It's just, I guess it only works on select rings. Okay, I guess I can go super just off the bat. And I get to listen to more of his world. So it's a win-win, really. I don't think it's the way of ocean music, but night grind. No, of course not. Uh-oh. Animation does not exist. Done that at least. Wait, that was a trick thing? Beautiful. To be fair, they did say it was pretty alpha. I can't quick step. You don't forget the spin dash. Nope, it's just sliding. Any sign of... Oh, no, but is there any sign of the whale? No. You just take me to the tails section. No, not tails. Right to Nico! What's flying though? That's gonna help out myself. Shadows area. You can! Oh, but invisible wall. And that aside, there'd be no way to make that jump. Bull ring. I'm glad you like his world too. Dusty Desert is next. But it's without Elise this time, so it's Dusty Desert, the very hard mode version. And he springs around. I think there is a spring here normally, right? Like around here. Walking onto one. I did anyway. Oh no, there's the spring. Sorry, it's been a while since I played 06 of all games. You have to forgive me. Beautiful. Sonic just slaves his face straight into the sand. I wish that was a glitch that actually happened in 06. That'd be hilarious. Change location? Did they? Not noticing if they did. Oh, forgot, no automation. Oh, I see, so I can fall through sand just fine, but water was too much work. Okay. They keep the spots up there if they didn't. Okay. Dusty Desert has like probably some of the most routes of any level in 06, so variety! Uh-oh. Trying to save it? Nope. That wasn't gonna happen. I didn't even lose a life. Okay. I was at 4 and I'm still at 4. Okay, this is definitely faster. It feels so weird to do something like that without quick step. I don't really know how to put it into words, it feels off. Because again, there's no automation! Oh. Spring! Thankfully they put springs here to make up for the fact there's no wall jumping. Well, that one I do recognize has changed. Oh, and they got rid of the rising pillars too. Uh-oh. Okay, no, I can run on this. Anything here? I thought I saw a shiny. But I guess I didn't.
Can't win them all.
Alright, next stage is White Acropolis.
This is a pretty cold place.
Okay, so we're just skipping the first half of the stage entirely. Okay. Sure. Take the extra lives? Sure. No, get back there. What are we gonna do for the tail section, I wonder? A bunch of springs? Guess I'm about to find out! So far it's actually being played pretty straight, just put a few more enemies in for homing tech things. Okay, they put a switch in there because obviously programming in the spotlight would be way too much work. kind of like the homing attack spam chain that was right atop those spotlights, but it's fine. Spring, I see spring. Or not. Never mind, it's peach juice. As it turns out, I don't know what I'm grabbing. Am I grabbing? This is some of the most blatant speed up I've seen out of speed juice. Like, I can barely control my speed anymore. Like, I genuinely think some of the boost games, like when you're boosting and not boosting, the difference is less noticeable than with the speed juice on. That's insane.
Man sure built himself a huge base.
No. Okay. Saved it. This is normal. This is completely normal.
Okay, let's head straight to Eggman's base.
Perfect. That was some great normalcy. Or Sonic Unleashed shenanigans. Why is it shifting buttons? I'm scared it's starting to assert dominance. What? What'd I do? I just hit the button I've been hitting every time. I guess I have to reload it from the start. Visual should come back in a moment. Yeah, there it is. Just noticed too, like how quiet this is on your end. Make it a little louder. It's honestly still probably pretty quiet, but that's as loud as it'll let me make it without making a lot of my end. Screw it, I'll bite the bullet. A little louder. Oh yeah, that much is fine.
Let's get going!
Okay. On to Crisis City! Oh, I should have checked to see if levels I've done kept their ranks. No boarding again. Controller is not working. It is working again. That is bizarre. I'd like some more rings. Of these, very good. Ah, I saved it. Is there any chance? See, I saved it. That's definitely what they intended. Perfect. Would not have that any other way. I think this game's credit too, like they're going out of their way to recreate like the 06 NFS, even though I guarantee there's no way the engine had those in hand. Now personally, that was only released in one game, that game being 06. Like I know Generations had some of them, but not all of these. Like I don't think Generations had the giants. My controller stopped working again. Plug and replug again. Okay. Oh, there. Okay. Saved it again. There's a rail here. Oh, that rail is useless. Really? Doing this again? Unplug. Replug. This thing just busted. It's bad busted. I don't know if I can get out of here. Okay, I should have phrased myself better. I don't know if I can get out of here in a way that the developers intended. We don't care about developer intentions. These are the same developers that can't program the controller to stay functional for a solid 60 seconds. What do I care what their intentions are? No, well, to leave us I go. Take me with you, Iblis! Oh, there's a spring there, that's what I was supposed to use. Right. Okay. There. I did what I was supposed to do that time. Uh-oh. Forgot loop animation doesn't exist! Okay, it's just the one zone. They didn't put in the tornado chase, or the other tornado chase. It closed... It's like a 50-50 crapshoot of whether or not that button will do what I expect it to. I'm hitting the A button. That's what they say to hit, to proceed. Maybe I'll try hitting X, since that's the button they say to hit to close.
Let's get going!
Alright, Flamethrower. Camera? Okay. I am... Automation is a lie. I can't believe Evolve Layers like get duped by big automation. This is the truth. Uh-oh. Really? Controller again? Unplug, replug. Yeah, someone can just see it on lava now. That's always the hardest thing said, didn't you know? And the controller's frozen again. Oh, never mind, nope, it's good. And now it's not. Okay, I think his iframes just go way longer than they actually show. And I can't move again. Okay. And dead. Thankfully, I got a checkpoint after that automation nightmare. Okay, before I even start the review on this one, I'm just gonna spell this out now. Please, please put in proper automation. The splines can save your life. Hey, didn't take damage that time. What gives? Hey, come on, there's still my face. I'm not able to move. That's not fair. Got paid. And an extra life to make up for the one I lost. And spring. Don't ya? They add in the other sections from the 06 stages too, even if they have to add those as separate levels. Code is still not unplug, replug. You've been using your rare controllers and Xbox One controller. It's the standard for PC gaming since forever. Technically it's a Series X controller, but Xbox went lazy on the controller and they're just using Xbox One again. Yeah, it's Xbox One controller. Considering all the issues I've had with my PS5 controller, though, I'm not really all that upset with them being lazy and sticking with what works. Uh-oh, didn't work. It's okay, I'll be fine. Walking on lava is totally normal for hedgehogs, sounding real, as you know. Rings, they're rings, of course not. Now ring back. My shiny. You can't have it. Oh, I only have to defeat the giant this time. Okay. Really? Now? Okay. I saw as soon as enemies are out. There's not a gold ring here. Do they expect me to jump into the gold ring? I'm going! Okay, this is the one level that actually has a part 2 so far. Oh. Complaining, obviously, it's just a little weird that this is the one that gets it so far. Oh, so this is the Knuckles area. Something I didn't notice how you started me in the Knuckles section. Guess I'm just gonna have to go back to the Knuckles section is close to the end of this. To be fair, 06 stages are generally long, so they're just trying to cut it down. Maybe I'm also looking way too deeply into that. Okay, down the tunnel we go. Okay, this laser grid dive was definitely not in the original. Like, I know my memory's not good, but come on. Hey, I got over 50 rings! I can't go super anymore. What's the world gone to? I can't use Supersonic anymore? That doesn't exist, and you can't prove that it does. I am stuck in the ether. Alright, this is my new place. I found a one-way invisible wall. Or maybe I jumped over it, I'm not entirely sure. Can I jump and bounce like this? Okay, there. You're definitely living up to that Sonic 06 reputation, I'll say that. And it closed again! I just realized I said this game is made of Dash Engine. Now all of my complaints make sense. Look, the Dash Engine is cursed. Every time I try using that thing for one of these games, something or some things go horribly, horribly wrong.
Let's get going!
The stages skip, now they don't. Alright, 3 levels to go.
Son, shouldn't you save the train before chasing after me?
I'll think about it. You shouldn't.
Eggman! I'd better go help. Gotta hurry!
there's always time to just wait for the train, right? Where even is the train? Is the train here? Is there any actual threat of failure? I just want to activate the switch. Let's leave it on active. Because again, I'm genuinely curious to see if the... Uh-oh. The... No automation. I'm not risking a loop with that.
Does this conveyor change direction?
These are flying, as they do. Okay, I know those Eggman mechs definitely would have been in Generations, so yeah, they definitely look like no mistakes. Or they made from scratch. I doubt they're gonna put the Mach Speed section in this stage, since they didn't put the one in from Wave Ocean. But never say never, I guess. We'll find out.
And help the train.
What train, Sonic? Would you care to be a little more specific? Is it perhaps the train that's been knocked out? Okay, this is different.
I better hurry.
None of this is stuff that was in 06. Okay, well, in Fire Demon, of course. Yeah, there's the gold ring. Hey, look, there's the train. I felt pretty good about that one, come on! No. I'm hitting exit the main menu. Ha! And it still didn't save. Rankings are a lie. Supersonic selectively works. I saw that low poly malt. Loaded for the second is glorious. Well, I guess I don't need to ask where this one's gonna end. Just do what the demo did. Those wind things don't seem to be a thing anymore, which I guess for this first section is fine. The vines are gone too. The collapsing bridges just collapsed. The wall wheels are gone. Okay, when I said wall beetles, this isn't what I meant in Noah game. Wait, no, oh no, those are water bugs. Like, wait, they do have those, but no. No, they don't. I hope if they want to keep working on this, they undo the Generations ring thing where only rings with that sparkle effect work for the light dash, and you can go back to doing it with any of them. I didn't even notice until I was looking back on my stream. Supersonic's available in this level. It was on the HUD. I am frozen. I cannot move. I feel that I still can't move. The game won't let me. Okay, unplug and replug. Let's do it in this crap again. That didn't happen in Radical Train, so I was hoping maybe I was past it, but no. Okay. We're doing this now. Okay. Really, controller shut down again. Gotta fix that. Please. Okay, put me into the second part. So I'm in the silver area, but obviously they haven't programmed silver in yet, so it's just Sonic. Amazing how quickly you can go through that with a faster character. Does it make sense? Of course it does. It doesn't stop it from being something of note. Seriously, Sonic, you went down like 6 inches. Come on. Stop being a baby. Your head was barely over the water. Really? No! Wait, I survived! I live! Although I have a sneaking suspicion the death plane works both ways, so, So again, definitely living up to the game you're taking levels from, on your reputation of bugs. I think 06's reputation of being buggy is a little overblown. Like, it is buggy, don't get me wrong, but 06 is being the buggy game, and games like Unleashed have just as many, if not more bugs. It's always something that's been a little weird to me. Okay, now the third section. Now with rain. Raining indoors, that's impressive. I can't move, really? I'm doing this again? I think I'm really not doing it that level. It's really weird. No, of course not. Oh, am I supposed to go higher? There's the welcome sound. There we go. And now we're here. Beautiful. Check out that pose. The automation failed. Okay, that one goes to the top of the list. The automation doesn't work and it kills you in the valley. I'll try it again, but if it doesn't work a second time, I'm just gonna move on to aquatic base. Please. Here. Not past the change. Okay, let's just hit this directly. There. Don't fall for the automation, it's lies. Do we even have to? Nope. It says no. Nice haircut you have there. It's a ground rail. And absolutely nothing else that can be done. Nothing at all. Hey, how you doing, buddy? You're looking good. I don't know if I remember to bind the screenshot button, but I took one. Controller stopped working at the best possible place. Okay. Well, I know it's going to be a thumbnail this time! Hey, I ended up using the signposting from Tamagotchi last time, so that's how you know it's going to be a thumbnail, especially because I took the screenshot. And once again, don't I just Mayonnaise this time. No automation included.
I gotta try that again.
Exit the main menu. Do not hit proceed. It is a dirty lie. Okay, one stage left to go. This one might have the full stage. Some of these are getting close, like Flame Core came close. I guess technically Dusty Desert was... Like, did this even have like Tropical Jungle? Nope, I don't think it did. So when I said I think it had, I was thinking like the tail stuff. Not like a full-blown level. Oh, well, okay. Uh-oh, no! Game over. Dash engine! Strikes again. He never wants to load. I was early enough in the stage. I'm willing to try it again. I'm just gonna reboot it. I think it crashed. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm Dash Engine. I can crash. It's in character. Sonic Stage question, come on, I have one more stage to go through.
Let's get going!
Nice again. Feels like a spin dash too. I think I mentioned that earlier, like wave motion, but not having speed up options is kind of slow. Even though Sonic is definitely not slow here. Especially for the 06 levels, again, it's fine. Sonic already... he had a spin dash in 06, but in name only. You even have the stealth enemies. Get back up there. You'll jump out the... Oh, the bubble thing is gone. That's one of my favorite games from the original. A little sad to see them go. I assume you just have to defeat the giant. How do you say? Okay. I'm supposed to making this more combat centric. Okay, they got rid of the ball puzzle and replaced it with the grind rail. Which I am completely okay with. You can do that as much as you want. Boxes outside the level to the skybox. It's similar, it's basically the same idea. I don't remember there being that much seabed on the original. Also, isn't that usually like a dolphin swimming by on the 06 version? There we go. A little bit of a leap of faith there, but it's fine. Yeah, that was everything. Another grind rail. To be fair, this is the tail section, so that's allowed. Oh, I super here. I didn't even notice. Shame about the aquatic bass music, but I do like his world, so it still works. Okay, I need to get around this because I'm pretty sure the switch is up here. Oh wait, no, the switch I needed was in the last room. Duh. No, that's where it came from. This is... Oh, that's the ending? Aw, they didn't do the whole thing. They're doing so many other stages. I guess the second part would have been a bit hard to adapt. Alright, well... Thank you all for watching. This is the first day where every game I've tried has worked as far as actually booting. Which is why it's been so long. Like, the recording is nearly 5 hours long, and the stream is... I don't want to talk about the stream. So, thank you for watching. We'll be doing more tomorrow. I'm still nowhere near done with just the fan games. It's not to get started with all the other stuff. Not to mention, like, there's some games that I fully start to take an entire day on their own. Like, whenever I get around to Sonic World DX, like, that is going to be a day on its own. For sure. Like, unless I just really hate the engine. I'm just like, it has to be a Dash engine for me to not want to go through the day. Because I know there's an absurd amount of mods on that. And just going through what they include natively wouldn't really be doing it justice. Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll go through some more stuff. Take care, stay safe, have a good one, and I'll see y'all then. Oh, it's slowed it. Oh, it just goes back to the start. Interesting. Well, yep, see y'all next time. Bye-bye.